This is the Planning and Zoning Commission, the March 5th, 2012 date, and it is 6:35. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Connie Yoshimura.
Present.
Bruce Phelps.
Present.
Stacy Dean.
Here.
Terry Parks.
Here.
Dana Pruse. Richard Wilson.
Here.
Ray Hickle. And Peter Mulcahy.
Here.
All right. Thank you very much. We do have a quorum, so we will be proceeding. Item number B on the agenda, the minutes of the meeting for Monday, January 30th, and Monday, February 6th. May I have a motion for approval? Thank you, Commissioner Wilson, seconded by Terry Parks. Is there any discussion or any comments or corrections? Seeing and hearing none, these minutes are approved. Moving on to special order of business, disclosures. Vice Chair Parks, would you please handle the disclosures?
Commissioner Phelps?
I think I should disclose that I work for the Alaska Department of Natural Resources, and the issue is G3, Alaska Mental Health Trust Land Office, or rezoning. I actually work with them quite closely, as a matter of fact, and actually make decisions involving trust land on a fairly daily basis. I do not have any financial involvement with the trust. I believe I can act fairly, but there is this close relationship on a decision basis, on almost an everyday basis.
Thank you. Do we have a recommendation on whether we have him vote?
And actually on this one, I would prefer that you do vote on this because it is quite close. It's not the normal type of issue where I have an indirect interest. This is more direct in nature.
Okay.
Thank you.
Shall we vote? We need a motion for Commissioner Phelps to participate.
I make a motion that he participates in this particular case.
Okay. And
Second.
we need a second by Ms. Dean. Is there objection for Commissioner Phelps to participate? Yes, it's a motion to participate. Do you want to use the machine?
No, you want to vote?
All right, let's use the machine. A motion to participate. A yes vote dictates that Commissioner Phelps will participate. A no vote would indicate that he will be recused from that case. Please use your machines. That motion failed. Passes? No, there's 4.
Well, the fifth person has to abstain.
Right.
No,
So it's not.
All right, just a majority? All right, so Commissioner Phelps, you are not recused.
oh.
So you do not get to go home early. Thank you. All right, let's proceed with the disclosures.
Commissioner Dees?
No.
Commissioner Wilson?
No.
Commissioner McCahey?
Nothing is getting.
Commissioner Yoshimura?
In the matter of D, 4A, regarding Eklutna, I would like to disclose that I have had past business relationships with Eklutna, none of which involved anything having to do with gravel.
I make a motion that we let Ms. Yoshimura participate in this.
Okay. Please use your machines. I have to abstain. Okay. That motion passes with 5. So Thank you. And
I have a couple that I need to disclose. I
Okay.
was not here for the February 6th meeting, and will be abstaining from voting on Resolution 2012-004, 2012-005, 2012-006, and 2012-007, and 2012-008.
all right. Thank you, Commissioner Parks. Are there any other disclosures? Ms. Dean?
Yes, sorry, I do disclose the same thing that Terry Parks does. I did miss that same meeting on February 6th, and I'll be abstaining from voting on those 5 cases.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you very much. Any other?
Can we take action?
All right. Thank you for the disclosures. Item C2, the annual election of officers. What is the wish of the commission?
I'd like to make a motion to keep Ms. Ishimura as our chair.
We have that motion and seconded by Richard Wilson. This is a little embarrassing. Is there an objection? All right. Seeing and hearing none, thank you very much, I think. We now also need a vice chair. May I have a motion? Commissioner Wilson.
I would like to move that we retain Commissioner Terry Parks.
Okay, and that motion has been seconded by Ms. Dean. Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, congratulations, Mr. Parks. I would just like to make a brief comment. This is a very hardworking and professional commission, members, and I am pleased to be the chair. We have had a tremendous amount of meetings most recently, and we'll be continuing our work on the Title 21 rewrite probably through the end of May, and I want to thank all the commissioners for the tremendous amount of hard work that they've put forth this past year. It's a pleasure to be working with all of you. Under special order of business, items number C3, information case 2012-038, context-sensitive solutions. This is not a public hearing. Do we have a report from staff on this matter?
I beg your pardon, Madam Chair. Which item was that?
Case 2012-038, under special order of business, C3. This is not a public hearing, but I'm hopeful that someone's here to give us the concept report verbally.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Staff doesn't have a presentation because these are just introduction type items. However, the representatives from the Muni and from the consultant are here tonight.
If they were available, I think it might be a benefit to have a brief comment or two.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Wilbur. I'm with CRW Engineering Group, and I'm representing the Municipality of Anchorage Project Management and Engineering. We are working on the Academy Vanguard project. This project really started as part of a DOT project where they're looking at improving the Seward Highway between Diamond and Dowling and alleviating congestion on Diamond Boulevard. And as part of that project, they identified a need to do an underpass under the Seward Highway that would connect to Vanguard and Academy Drive and onto Abbott Road. And so to be proactive and get the infrastructure in place to address that future traffic, the Municipality of Anchorage is looking at alternative routes to connect the 92nd Academy, Vanguard, Abbott. And really it's looking at finding the path of least resistance. To to that end, we've had an open house. We met with all the affected businesses that are in the area to identify their needs and their concerns. And consensus is certainly that the intersection of Vanguard and Abbott Road needs some kind of a treatment, and we are looking at a signal or some alternative there. There's some higher accident rates there, and it is a problem. And we are still in the process of evaluating the best route and minimizing impacts to private properties and neighborhoods.
Are there any questions from the commission? Commissioner Wilson?
I guess, can you sort of start a little further back in the story? Give us some context for the context study. I see an underpass under the
Well,
Seward Highway.
there's two separate projects. So the Department of Transportation is looking at the bigger project. And if anyone's driven through the Diamond Seward Highway intersection area, it's very congested. What this new route will do is take the existing traffic. It's really not going to generate any new traffic. But this new route will distribute the traffic that's already there and give them some different routes into the Diamond Center area and move some traffic off of Abbott Road and that Diamond and the Seward Highway intersection. So this project started as a DOT project. They're moving forward. At this time, they actually don't have funding for that 92nd underpass, but we're working very closely with DOT, and it's a question of not if they get the funding, but when they do. So knowing that this project is coming forward, the city owns the other half of the project, and so they're getting the infrastructure and the planning documents in place so that when it does move forward, they're ready.
Is it in the STIP?
Yes, it is. And it is identified in the MTP.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from the consultant? Well, I have a question, and it's a pretty simple question. How did we get in this mess to begin with? Because that is a terrible traffic congested area, especially over in the Abbott area, as well as everybody knows about the Old Seward and Diamond question. I'm curious in terms of when, say, the Diamond Hotel was built, when Carr's Safeway was built, when Fred Meyer's was built on Abbott Road. Were any traffic impact analysis done at that particular time? Because prior to all of that, it was primarily sort of a quiet, medium-density residential project, and then all the commercial activity developed around it. And I'm just curious in terms of when those large boxes and facilities were built, if there were any TIAs required.
Commissioner Yoshimura, I'm not really prepared to address administrative and policy decisions that occurred before this project. I could, from experience, certainly speak to all of those things, but we're not a part of those, and I would not be comfortable talking about what's happened previously. We receive this project and we move forward with it.
Does staff have any input regarding TIAs in this general area when there was large commercial development?
Madam Chair, the last I recall was when there was a large retail establishment review for where the Kmart used to be at the southeast corner of Diamond and Old Seward, but that was so long ago, I'm afraid I don't recall the outcome even. Sorry.
Since this is just a concept report, if you could give us some historical perspective regarding past TIAs, regarding this to the Commission, that would be most beneficial. Commissioner Wilson and then Commissioner Dean.
I just was wondering if we could have the AMATS folks come and talk to us before we get to the point where we're got to make a decision. It would, to answer your question, which is a good one, we shouldn't be in such a bind. I think it's more expensive and it's not good planning.
Okay, good. So, Mr. Barrett, if you would take that comment back to staff. Commissioner Dean.
Through the chair, what's the distance we can have between stoplights? There's a light there at Independence and Abbott, and then there's a light again at 68th and Abbott. Is there a safe zone to be able to have another light in between there or not?
We are still very much in the conceptual planning phase, but we have had discussions. There is an existing light actually at 88th Avenue and Independence Drive. And in a cursory initial look, there is sufficient spacing between the lights. And as a matter of fact, the businesses on Abbott Road do support a light there. They watch accidents, and they're very supportive of some kind of treatment at that intersection. We're still very early in the process, and what that actually turns out to be, we're not sure yet. We're still gathering traffic data.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank
you
you
very much. All right. Moving on to item C4, information item, case 2012-040, context-sensitive solutions concept report for Turnagain Street and Turnagain Boulevard. This is not a public hearing. Is staff or the consultant available for discussion?
Madam Chair, CRW is representing on that one as well.
So would you please come back up?
Thank you. My name is Juan Lee. I'm a planner with CRW Engineering, and we're here representing the municipality of Anchorage. So this is actually the first of 2 times we come to you. Tonight is mostly information, concept, planning phase, and you have a document that summarizes what we've done to date, including all the public involvement. And then the next time we come to you, we'll be at roughly 35% design study, and that's when all the details and alternatives for the roadways will be coming back to present those to you for review. Just to summarize, it's a context-sensitive approach that we took to this road upgrade. We started last fall, October 2011. We talked to all the stakeholders early and often, and the businesses in the area, for example, the commercial south end of the project, which is near Spenard Road, Turnagain Street, Turnagain Boulevard, and then the north end is mostly residential. It's mostly built out. We have a park along one of the corridors, Turnagain Boulevard. And then on the north end, we also have a redevelopment, a mixed-use neighborhood commercial. So that's just an overview of the area. The project length is roughly a mile for both stretches. We held an open house in October, and we had residents, users of the roadway, bike commuters, pedestrians come to the open house and just identify for us the issues that they see as regular users of the roadway. And what we heard is that, it'd be nice to have one pedestrian facility, at least on Turnagain Street. It's really limited in terms of right-of-way. There's roughly 40 feet, and then Turnagain Boulevard, we have a little bit more right-of-way. It's roughly 60 feet. Using context-sensitive solutions approach, this is, as you know, a retrofit project of an existing corridor. It's been the number 1 and number 2 priorities for the Turnagain Community Council, and we actually had a comment from the president recently that she read the concept report and felt that we really captured the community's desires and interests for this road upgrade. Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions of the consultant, to the consultant? Commissioner Parks.
To the chair. As you are well aware, we had just approved the West District Plan, and we had lots and lots of public testimony about that street. And I just want to make sure that you are aware of that testimony and that we at least address the issues of the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Parks. Are there any other comments? All right. Thank you very much. All right. Moving on now to item C5, information item, case 2010-129, Eagle River Central Business District and Residential Core Circulation Study. This is the final report, and this is not a public hearing. Do we have staff or the consultant available?
Madam Chair, I do not believe anyone from Kittleson is here. AMATS, to my knowledge, did not invite anyone. This is simply the hard copy of a report that's been available online for approximately 1 year. So AMATS was just now able to get all the copies made and reproduced for the public and for the Commission. So that's why it's on your agenda, is just formally to present you with the hard copy.
And if you could familiarize the commissioners, did we see this in a concept report? And I believe we have previously reviewed this.
That's correct, Madam Chair. The second page is a brief history of the project along with some additional information. February 24th, 2011 was the date it was approved and went online. And now this is just the paper copy a year later. So yes, you have seen it and approved it.
All right. Thank you very much. Commissioner Wilson.
I really appreciate, and I know other commissioners do too, getting a copy, sort of follow-up like this, so that we can see the results of something that happened some months ago. So keep it up.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. Thank you very much. We do have another prior to the consent agenda item. I would like Carol Wong to introduce the consultants for the East Anchorage District Plan.
Good evening, Commissioners. Carol Wong from the Long Range Planning Section. I'd like to introduce Glenn Bolin as well as Janet Thorpe. Both of these are part of the consultant team for the Freeganese Consulting Firm out of Portland. They have been retained by the municipality to begin work on the East Anchorage District Plan. And they happen to be in town tonight and tomorrow, and so we thought we'd just have them come and say hello and meet and greet you all.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thanks for having us here. It's great to have a chance to meet you. My name is Glenn Bolin. I'm with the firm Freganesi Associates. We're a planning firm, and this is my colleague, partner Janet Tharp with Kimley Horn Associates. Today is first day of what's going to be about a year-long process. Just wanted to say hello. We should be coming back here hopefully the next month or two to see you again with a little bit more time on the agenda, but thanks for fitting us in. Like I said, it's about a year-long process. The idea here is to develop a vision followed by a plan, policies, directives, which is ultimately leading to an implementation plan or a strategic plan full of specific investments the committee wants to see, strategies, regulation, examinations, etc. Today we had a series of interviews with stakeholders in the area. It's the first part of a very public process, which is our intent for this process. A lot of enthusiasm and excitement. Tomorrow night we're going to be meeting with our advisory committee for the first time. We're going to go through the process with them and the calendar. The next steps, right away, we are, like I said, this is going to be very public. We are doing research right now, meeting with people, doing our homework on the computer, etc. And then in May, there's going to be a really fun public workshop. It'll be open to everyone. People are going to be tasked with describing to us what they want to see in the future, where they see ideas, solutions, problems they want us to try to solve. We're going to then work more with our committee, come back again in September. This is what we heard, did we get it right, run some strategies and ideas by people, and then from that, put a package together for another open house, big public event in December, and if things go well there, we can then start working on a draft to bring to you about this time next year.
Are there any comments from the commissioners? Well, I have a couple of questions regarding your appearances before the Planning and Zoning Commission, either in a public hearing or a work session. So could you sort of reiterate, you said you'd be back to see us in about a month or so?
I'd actually like to find out from you when you'd like us to come back, something we have not yet planned with staff. Our plan is the second week of May to do a large public event, and then so that would be a great time if you'd like us to get together then, if you would like to learn more prior to that event. Also, we're looking at coming back in early June to bring the results of that public workshop to the advisory committee, that could be a great time to come and talk to you about what we heard from the public, the things they're asking us for, and get your advice on some of the strategies that we might test over the summer in looking for implementation ideas for those ideas. So I assume you want us to work with Carol and staff on scheduling this with you, but I just wanted to bring this up and find out how often you'd like to be involved, if kind of syncing up with those major public milestones makes the most sense, or if you'd like to meet prior.
Well, we've had several discussions at the Planning and Zoning Commission level about how we should be involved in these plans, and it sounds to me like you've been well informed that the Commission would like to have regular briefings on these plans prior to the printing of the four-color document. Because after that, it's a little difficult to make changes that commissioners may be interested in. So, but as you know, or you may not know, this commission is involved in the provisionally adopted chapters of Title 21, and that has consumed us and takes priority over any of the other district plans or the wetlands plans or anything else. So hopefully we'll be able to see you in June when our Title 21 rewrite work is finished. In the meantime, if you could make sure that the commissioners are aware of the other meetings that you're holding with the public or the advisory groups, so that if a commissioner has a particular interest in the East Side Plan, that they may be available to attend those meetings as well.
Wonderful. Appreciate
Okay.
that. We're working on a public engagement plan right now with staff, so we'd love to get copies of all that to you.
All right, that would be excellent. And just to put you on the spot, just ever so briefly, what do you see as some of the major challenges that the stakeholders are talking about?
On the spot right up here. The biggest concern I think we're seeing is there are a lot of parts of the neighborhoods that have seen some periods of disrepair, some aging products, housing products especially. And there's a desire for some replacement, some cleanup, but at the same time there's some real concerns about density and change to the community. So we're going to have to, I think that's going to be the real big point of working with folks to find out what things they want, where they want to see changes, where they want to see preservation or rehabilitation without significant changes. There's also some, I think there's some issues that I see coming up again and again on corridors like Muldoon where there seems to be, what is the state doing? How are they maintaining the facility? How are driveways being accessed? And what are the business owners, can they look forward to in the future? How can we use some of those sites? And then, obviously, in the short-term challenge, I'm just, following your paper, as I like to do whenever I get a project, looking at the city's recently acquired property with the upper stretches of Chestnut Creek and the neighbors' desires to look at park space versus fiscal needs to pay back loans for the property. So it's one of the areas that we're hoping we can engage the public with at our public workshop, ask them for some ideas, do some drawing and sketching together. So there's a few right up front. We can go on and on, but...
So East Anchorage has probably the highest density of rental properties in the municipality of Anchorage. And what sort of outreach can you do to reach those residents that are renters, but not necessarily stakeholders? Because I think that's an important part of the community in East Anchorage.
Yeah, it's a very good point. One of our core positions to planning is to make this a very public process, publicly driven. The ideas often really get harvested from folks in the neighborhood who live, work, drive, bike every day. And so our job really is to be able to cull those ideas and harvest them. So we need to get those people at the table to work with us. When we try to make fun events, I mentioned the idea of a workshop, we kind of make it so people get to work together in almost a game-like setting, so we'll advertise this to be a fun setting. We are, with our interviews, we're gathering names of different stakeholders, whether it's church members or it's housing authority providers, different folks that might give us inroads to different communities. We're looking tomorrow, we're going to get a price quote on mailings, so rather than just getting owners, getting residents, we can send postcards out. We're also looking, we've gotten name and number of one of the principals of the high schools. So we're trying to get in at a lot of under the radar kind of ways. Our philosophy here is, rather than put an ad in the paper and hope people read it, is we try to find people involved in networks and ask them to help us get into their networks. So, for example, don't give us your email list, but hey, if I create some postcards, some flyers, some emails, can you deliver them through your email list? Because it's much more important coming from you than it would be from me. So we're just learning who those people are right now, but that's kind of our general approach, and that's what we're trying to do to get in there at the ground.
And then finally, East Anchorage has a tremendous number of residents that are military personnel that are living off base, and you have some vehicles and opportunities for connecting with the military, the active duty military that are living off base.
We do. We have, on our advisory committee, we do have a representative of the base military. And again, the same, trying to get at people's addresses where they live, not just, who owns the property, if it's them or if it's someone else. And we recognize that, you do have, people coming and living for a short time sometimes and moving on. And so it is a little bit more difficult. Those kind of folks don't tend to get engaged in a community council very often unless they hear of something that's in the paper, or something their neighbors are talking about. So we're going to do our best to, do the footwork, do the groundwork, as they say, to get out there in the community and invite people to participate.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, moving on to the consent agenda, which is a very lengthy consent agenda. There are resolutions. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 resolutions. And then there is item number 4, D4, time extensions regarding Equipment Inc. for a conditional use. May I have a motion for approval? Commissioner Phelps, and a second? May I have a motion for a second? Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. And then, are there any, I think this is the right protocol, are there any items that would like to be pulled from the consent agenda item? Commissioner Parks.
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull 4A, if I could, for just a short discussion.
All right, thank you. Are there any other items on the consent agenda that would like to be pulled? Commissioner Dean.
Madam Chair, there were several here that I will not be able to vote on.
Mm-hmm.
Will that change whether these get approved or not? No.
No.
Okay, it just has to be a majority.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other items? Seeing and hearing none, then items D1, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H are approved. I am sorry, the Secretary has indicated that it will take 5 for approval of a resolution. 1, 2.
I'm not able to vote on those same as Commissioner Dean's.
All right, then those resolutions will be postponed to the next available meeting. In regards to item 4, D4, one moment, please. All right, so A, B, and H are approved, and the other items are postponed. All right, now we're moving on to item D4. Commissioner Parks.
Madam Chair, I guess I've got a couple of questions on this particular piece that I'd like to direct to staff. It's my understanding that annually there is a requirement for the petitioner to submit to the planning and zoning folks that what they've done in the last year. Has that been completed?
Madam Chair, Mr. Parks, no, it's not. We have about 2.5 dozen of these that we need to compile, and the gravel pit owners don't actually start compiling the information for the previous year until December or whenever they close down. So they've been trickling in. In this particular case, the gravel portion was never activated. So since these annual reports include things like changes in hours of operation, complaints from the public, amount of material removed, amount of material restored, there was nothing to report, so I don't expect a report from this particular case.
It's my understanding that they have not used this pit since they have got the original approval in 2007. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. With that, Mr. Parks, would you move for approval? Okay, and do we have a second? Ms. Dean. And is everyone eligible to vote on this one? Yes. All right, very good. Is there any objection? No. Seeing and hearing none, that motion does get approved. All right. We are now moving on to the regular agenda. There's no unfinished business and actions of public hearings. We're on the regular agenda. This is F5A, case 2012-020, review and recommendation, the Anchorage School District 6-year capital improvement plan. May we hear from the school district?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Bunnell, Senior Planner with Long Range Planning. I'd like to introduce Mike Abbott from the school district. And you heard from him a little bit earlier in your work session. And so for the benefit of the audience, Mike may move forward with a little bit of a presentation.
Thank you.
Very little bit, Madam Chairman. I think we had a chance to go over most of the Commission's questions during the work session. We're certainly available to answer additional questions if there are any at this time.
Are there any questions or any comments? The work session is not recorded, so for the matter of the public record, Commissioner Wilson, could I ask you to sort of briefly summarize your comments to the school district?
Sure. One of the two problems are being addressed by the school district and reflected in the 6-year plan, and that is the first of which is balancing and utilizing facilities. There's some that are over capacity and others that are under, and that's through no fault of the school district. They're just trying to follow what happens out there in the real world. People move and things happen. So, but that we talked about the idea of utilizing some targeted programs to help balance out the utilization of facilities, such as the Career and Technical Education initiative that has been adopted by the school district for at least a year now. Is that correct? And which many of us heartily support, because we know that 2/3 of our kids don't go to college and actually go into other types of careers and technical fields, and we need them all. So we were talking in the work session about what schools will be, how to use career technical education improvements, enhancements to make the physical plant more efficiently used, and secondly, to what would be needed in the future to reach the most kids. And that brings up the question of the strategy of the Career and Technical Education Program, one of which is on the ballot this next 2 weeks for a West Romig combination standalone facility. And the point there was that here you have a facility not unlike the King Career Center, which is wonderful in itself, but it's hard for a lot of kids to get to without sacrificing so much time that they lose the ability to meet their academic requirements, and so it's a circular problem. So we talked about the idea of distributing the access to the kids in this field, this career and technical field. Mr. Abbott indicated that there was a lot of emphasis on that already. In fact, the first item on the list for the school district in the bond election coming up is to remodel and improve some facilities in 13?
Yes, sir, 14.
Schools for the career and technical purposes. We just endorsed that and actually urged him to take the message back to the school board, if he would, that this is a small step in the right direction, but we need to really move aggressively to bring that kind of experience to all the kids in the school district. That's essentially.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other comments from commissioners? I just want to reiterate my 3 brief comments for the record, which is for the school district to look into the sale of unwanted properties and the possibility of downsizing of certain sites because some sites are as large as 40 acres, and that the municipality of Anchorage has a shortage of residential land for average and small-size lots in cluster housing, and for the school district to take into consideration the next time that they have bonding for a new school, the off-site costs for the extension of water, sewer, roads, and drainage, so that we have a complete cost of what the infrastructure and the vertical construction is. Thank you. Any other comments? This is not a public hearing, but we need I believe we need a resolution or a recommendation for approval of the school district CIP 6-year plan. Commissioner Wilson? Move for approval and seconded by Terry Parks. Is there any discussion? Any further discussion? We need an actual motion, so could you speak?
I move that we recommend approval by the Assembly of the 6-year capital improvement plan of the Anchorage School District. We have found that it is important to do this long-range planning to put our next steps into context and to help us be good stewards of our facilities and our other resources.
All right. Are there any other findings? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Abbott. We'll see you next year.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. All right. We're now into the public hearing, G1, case 2012-028, Leanne Bauer and Timothy O'Malley, a P&Z appeal to an... I apologize. We missed one. Item 5B, discussion of a resolution regarding planning and zoning function. This is not a public hearing. Do we have comments from the Commission regarding this resolution? Commissioner Parks.
Madam Chair, I think this is a very important resolution because it identifies the requirements of the Planning and Zoning Commission to be involved in planning at its early stages. As we've seen tonight, there are several plans that are being developed for roads and the East Anchorage plan that we're getting involved in much earlier in the process, and I think that's a very important piece of it. This resolution basically supports that interactive approach of the commissioners to be involved while they can have an impact rather than getting something after it's in its finished format. I will be supporting this resolution for the understanding of the responsibility of this commission is not just zoning, but it is planning. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other comments? So we need a motion for approval of this resolution. Commissioner Parks, and do we have a second? Commissioner Dean.
I make a motion that we approve the resolution of the Planning and Zoning Commission as written.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any other comment? All right, seeing and hearing none, that is approved. Now, we're moving on to G1, which I suspect the majority of you are here for. So, this is case 2012-028, Leanne Bauer and Timothy O'Malley, a planning and zoning appeal to an action of an administrative church site plan review. May we hear from staff, please?
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Jillian Inglis, and I work for the Planning Department of the Community Development Department. Sorry, Planning Division of the Community Development Department. The Planning Division mailed 53 notices to neighboring property owners and the Rabbit Creek Community Council on February 10, 2012. Three responses were received against, and the Rabbit Creek Community Council responded today. We laid their comments on the table today. For this presentation, I'm going to be moving back and forth between the administrative site plan review for the case 2011-144 and the appeal case 2012-028. To familiarize the Commission and the members of the public on the packet, I'd like to go over a few points of the packet and provide some page numbers. The staff report starts on page 3. An area map is located on page 4 of the packet. Site plan is located on page 17 of the packet. Aerial photography starts on page 20. Ms. Bauer's 8 points of appeal start on page 28. The Rabbit Creek Community Church responses to the appeal start on page 49. The administrative site plan review application for the case 2011-144 with the narrative is located on page 61. The department approval and worksheet was laid on the table tonight for case 2011-144. It was also emailed to the Commission last week. Consultant reports from Dr. Christensen, J.A. Munter Consulting, and Terrastat Incorporated start on page 81. A response from Terrastat Incorporated to Dr. Christensen's report was laid on the table tonight for the Commission. Building and landscaping plans are located on page 329. This case is an appeal of the administrative site plan review under case 2011-144 by Leanne Bauer and Mr. Timothy O'Malley. Under Anchorage Municipal Code, the church site plan review is governed under Anchorage Municipal Code 2145-235. Under G3, appeals of the decision of the Director of Community Planning and Development or his designee under the authority set forth in this subsection G is final unless appealed within 15 days to the Planning and Zoning Commission. An appeal may be filed by the applicant or by a petition of at least 1/3 of the owners, excluding the right-of-ways of the privately owned land within 500 feet of the outer boundary of the church site. In the event of the appeal, the Planning and Zoning Commission shall, in accordance with Section 2115-005, hold a public hearing at the next available meeting and apply the standards of this section, AMC 2145-235. An appeal from the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission may be brought in accordance with Section 2130-010B, which is the Board of Adjustment. The site plan review was approved on January 9th, 2012. See pages 62 through 79 and 329 through 346 of the packet. And Ms. Bauer and Mr. O'Malley submitted an appeal on January 25th, 2012. The appeal was determined to be timely, and that at least 1/3 of the property owners within 500 feet of the church signed the petition. The department determined that the protest was valid. See page 32 of the packet. In the staff packet, we provided a brief history of the church and the various approvals or disapprovals, but this is a new case and a new public hearing. This is not a continuation of other cases with regard to the church. The commission can approve the appeal, deny the appeal, add conditions of the site plan, continue the hearing, or request more information. The property was zoned R6, residential suburban zoning district, on January 31st, 1973. It was for a small church, 2,650 square feet approximately. Churches have gone through a change in the code. At first they were required to have a conditional use permit, but then later it was allowed by an administrative site plan review effective July 1, 1986. This is why we have an administrative site plan review today. The site plan for an addition to the church for an auditorium was approved in 1993. The controversy over the Rabbit Creek Community Church began in 2004 when the church submitted for an addition of approximately 25 to 26,000 square feet to their existing approximately 18,000 square foot building. The community appealed the decision. The department approved it at that time, and the community appealed the decision to the Planning and Zoning Commission. The Rabbit Creek Community Church submitted another site plan. The appeal was upheld and basically denied the site plan review in 2004. The Rabbit Creek Community Church submitted another appeal, another site plan review request in 2006, indicating that they have changed their plans, reduced size, but the department at that time indicated that the plan was not substantially different than the 2004 plan and denied the site plan review. Then the church appealed to the Board of Adjustment. In that case, the Board of Adjustment made findings and facts that you'll find on page 229 of the packet, and then remanded it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission, which at that time adopted the approval, the Board of Adjustment's findings, and denied the site plan review. On October 28, 2011, this is more recent history, the church submitted another administrative site plan review. They reduced the size of their addition approximately 8,000 square feet and reduced the parking. They retain a majority of the natural vegetation at the border of the property. The department approved the site plan review based on Anchorage Municipal Code 2145-235. Ms. Bauer's appeal consists of 8 points based on traffic, drainage, road access, building height, pollution, glare, and the Anchorage 2020 comprehensive plan. I think you'll find tonight that the well water, the consultants from both sides will be talking to you about the well water issues. You'll see the approximately 5 reports turned in, 3 with the packet and 2 on the table. With regard to appeal point number 1, the site plan does not appropriately consider traffic circulation and safety in the manner set forth under Anchorage Municipal Code 2145-235. The State of Alaska Department of Transportation submitted comments, and you'll find them in the packet, that indicate that they weren't concerned that are required that a traffic impact analysis was required at this time because the church operates during non-peak hours, mainly on Sunday or in the evenings for community meetings. In addition, the Municipality of Anchorage Traffic Department reviews for site, pedestrian, and vehicular traffic circulation. The department made a request for minor changes to the plan but did not recommend denial of the plan. With regard to appeal point number 2, demand and availability for public services and facilities in the manner set forth under 2145-235 G1. I'm going to defer to J.A. Muntner, consultants with regard to that, and I'm sure that Terrastat will get up and discuss the well waters. But the study included that short-term effects of the nearest well, which may be at the same aquifer church for the home 300 feet away, a pumping test on a Sunday of 8.7 hours of 5 gallons per minute indicated that the effects of the pumping on the well at a distance of 300 feet is negligible. A drawdown test was conducted as based on the department's request because the Board of Adjustment previously indicated that the data for the Terrasat report in 2005 was outdated, and essentially we recommended that they conduct a drawdown test to determine the impacts of the neighboring wells, if any. Our department received a report from Dr. Christensen after this report was written. However, we did include Dr. Christensen's report in the packet along with the Terrasat. The Terrasat rebuttal to Dr. Christensen's report was laid on the table today. Appeal point number 3. The department did not consider noise, air, water, and other forms of environmental pollution. There's no known complaints. We checked with our databases, with private development, code enforcement, and right-of-way, and we have not received complaints with regard to noise, water, or other forms of environmental pollution. Drainage plan will be reviewed during the building permit process. The site plan does not appropriately consider the guidance of the Anchorage Comprehensive Plan in the manner set forth. Churches are a permitted principal use. For policy number 46, the churches are a permitted principal use in residential zoning districts as long as the requirements of AMC 2145-235 are met. For policy number 48, again, churches are a permitted principal use as long as they meet AMC 2145-235. The church, they are proposing to construct the addition within the allowable height. The height in the R6 district is unrestricted. However, they did drop their height down to approximately 20 feet on average from the previous plans that were submitted in 2004 of approximately 45 feet. Policy number 49, again, the church submitted proposed plans that decrease the height from the previous plans, and the church does not propose to increase the capacity of their auditorium. This addition is to accommodate classrooms and other things. More of the existing natural vegetation and landscaping is being retained. A lighting plan is within standards and will be required at the development. The plan takes into account glare and transfer lighting onto neighboring residential districts. There was no adverse comments from traffic or physical planning with regard to the lighting. If with regard to healthy or mature trees in policy number 50, the site does take into account, the site plan submitted takes into account the natural vegetation. A vast majority of the vegetation is being retained on the site. The applicant indicated that some of the clearing on the vacant lots next to the church that are going to be part of this development was cleared, but it was cleared interior in preparation in 2004, it appeared, when they removed the 2 houses that were on the neighboring properties. Appeal point number 5, condition number 5 of the site plan review does not establish any upgrades to drainage or existing church parking lot. Again, the drainage plan will be approved during the building permit process. The department preliminarily reviewed the drainage plan and did not have an issue with the drainage plan at that time. Appeal point number 7, the church failed to provide a topographical map or schematic depicting the actual height of the large church. Look at page number 59 of the church of the packet, and the church representatives did provide an indication of the height, as well as when they submitted the site plan review on page A3.1 and A3.2, it shows the building heights. Title 21 code is intended to encourage low-density residential development. Churches are listed as a permitted principal use in the district. There's no indication that the church is operating a school or a child care from this site. The narrative affirms this. Condition number 10 of the site plan review requires that an amendment to the site plan review is required if the church at a later date proposes to operate a school or a child care from this location. At that time, we believe the state will require a traffic impact analysis. Department recommends that the church site plan review is approved subject to conditions 1 through 12. Condition 11 and 12 is new. It was not on the previous administrative site plan review. We did add condition 11 and 12 to the site for this hearing. Basically, the church main auditorium is currently posted to reflect a maximum occupancy of 299. If in the future the occupancy of the church changes more than 10%, then the church is required to submit an amendment to their site plan review to reevaluate the criteria of 2145-235. In addition, the church is to request from the traffic department that no parking signs are posted at Snowshoe Lane if possible. If the traffic department does not approve that, then we won't be able to require that. With that said, the church proposes to do a replat of the 3 lots into 1 lot, and they will still be required to do a public hearing for the replat action. At that time, Snowshoe Lane will be developed or will be dedicated as municipal right-of-way. I have no further comment at this time.
Commissioner Dean.
Through the chair, I actually have a few questions. Can we add a condition of approval that there can't be a daycare or school during the week, during the day? Can we add that as a condition of approval?
Through the chair, and I'm sorry, is it Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Through the chair to Ms. Dean. Daycares are permitted use in the R6 district along with an administrative site plan review. We don't know what may happen in the future. For example, if the church decided to operate a daycare just for their staff, I don't know how big their staff is, but I don't think it's very large. Would we really want to add a requirement that they can't have a daycare for their staff? I think that based on the code, a child care is permitted in the district with an administrative site plan review. A private school is permitted in the district, and we are requiring that they come back for an administrative site plan review. The commission can provide that condition. However, it may encumber what may happen 10 or 20 years down the road.
Thank you. I have one more question.
Yes, please.
I'm assuming this building is sprinklered because it's large enough. Because it's on a well, it's going to need a large holding tank for that sprinkler system. Do you know how many gallons that holding tank is going to need to be and how often that tank will need to be flushed?
Through the chair, Ms. Dean, the DEC has approved the holding tank. It's a 4,000-gallon holding tank. And I'm going to have to check with the pastor, and the pastor can discuss that. Is the existing building sprinklered?
Yes.
The existing building is currently not sprinklered. They will not be required to sprinkler, but the addition will be. But DEC has approved their holding tank of 4,000 gallons.
Thank you.
We need an administrative point here, which is, right. Right. There can be no comments. Staff cannot direct comments to any member of the audience. They have to be called up by the commission. So that's a point of clarification by the secretary.
My apology, Madam Chair.
Oh, that's quite all right. All right. I can see this is going to be a long evening, and we want to do it appropriately. Commissioner Phelps.
A couple of questions. I guess I want clarification on what action we're taking this evening. Obviously, you're asking for our approval of the site plan with conditions of approval. However, this is a response to points on appeal. Do we have to, as a commission, make any findings about the points on appeal and the staff's response to that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Phelps, this is conducted as a public hearing, so as you are going through the case and making findings of fact towards the end of the public hearing, you should address all the items of 2145 to 35, both the ones the staff has responded to and the ones the appellant has responded to.
So we address the issues of appeal in terms of findings of fact at the time we make the decision. Is that correct? Okay. Second question has to do with the evaluation of the water supply system and the adequacy of that system. I tend to think that's going to be the lynch point on this particular decision. It's obvious that there's differing technical points of view here. Has the department made any determination as to its position? It appears as if they have concluded, you have concluded, that the Munter report is generally satisfactory, and based in part that comment based upon the fact that no comments were received by or from on-site water and wastewater section. Can you clarify?
The department continues to support the site plan review. The Munter, at the time that we wrote the packet, the J.A. Munter report was in our hand, along with the Terrastat Incorporated. We have not changed our position. However, staff, the on-site water and wastewater, did make some comment in email. It's located under the email section of the packet. I can find that page real quick.
What I'm trying to find out specifically is what is the position of the department that's responsible for this aspect of the review for the administration?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Phelps, Mr. Crutzen with on-site water and wastewater did review all the reports and was generally satisfied with the Munter and Terrastat reports. So that is our position.
Thank you.
Do the commissioners have any other questions of staff? Okay, I just have a couple of questions administratively before we open the public hearing. The decision of this commission may or may not be appealed, and if so, what happens after this decision? I think it's important that we sort of understand all that.
After the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission, any party can appeal to the Board of Adjustment.
Okay. And after the Board of Adjustment, then that decision, well, didn't the Board of Adjustment turn this back to the Planning and Zoning Commission?
In the 2006, yes, but depending on the findings of the Board of Adjustment, if they are not satisfied, if they don't remand it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission, then it can be appealed to court.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. I thought that we needed that clarification. Secondly, it appears that there are a number of people here who would like to testify in regards to this case. And we've had this issue in the past, and I just would like Mr. Barrett to clarify for us whether or not the consultants can or cannot speak on behalf of the petitioners in addition to the petitioner's 10 minutes.
Madam Chair, we've spoken with both the appellant and with the Rabbit Creek Community Church representatives. The breakdown is as follows. Mrs. Bauer is the appellant. She gets 10 minutes to speak. Any other interested member of the community, 3 minutes. The church, being a unified group, gets 5 minutes, and that 5 minutes includes the time for their consultants, because that is their official position. However, we didn't think it was right to allow members of the general community 3 minutes to respond without also allowing parishioners of the church as individuals, not representing the official position of the church and its representatives, also should have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, I think we're clear on that matter, and we'll leave it up to our very competent secretary to take care of all those issues. I just want to clarify, however, that may the commissioners ask questions of the consultants?
Madam Chair, yes, this is a public hearing.
Okay.
Forget the history, just pretend this is all brand new. And I neglected, Ms. Ingles reminded me of one item. Mrs. Bauer is the appellant, and she also has technical representatives with her. She can allocate that 10 minutes any way she speaks, just as the church can allocate its 5 minutes any way they so choose. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions about how we're going to proceed from the commission? Madam Secretary.
I do want to point out that 10 minutes is part of their rebuttal time as well.
Yes.
Just for clarification.
Yes. All right. Okay. After the staff presentation is completed on public hearing items, the chair will ask for public testimony on the issue. Persons who wish to testify will follow the time limits established in the Commission Rules of Procedure as identified by Mr. Barrett within the past 3 minutes. When your testimony is complete, you may be asked questions by the Commission. You may only testify once on any issue unless questioned by the Commission. An individual may have appeal rights relating to any action the Planning and Zoning Commission takes. Appeals must be filed with the clerk's office within 20 days after the Planning and Zoning Commission's final decision. Any individual may request written findings from any commission decision within 7 days. All right. May we hear from the petitioner or the petitioner's representative?
Madam Chair, before I begin, I'm Leanne Bauer. Good evening, Board. Madam Chair, may I make a motion or that the Terrasat report that was laid before you on the table tonight not be made a part of the record? I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm Leanne Bauer. I'm the petitioner. This is my husband, Timothy O'Malia. I would like to make a motion, or I'm not sure exactly procedurally how it's done, but we would like to make a motion that the Terrasat report that was laid before the Commission this evening, that I have not had an opportunity to review, that it not be made a part of the record. However you want to rule on it, Madam Chair.
Ms. Bauer, that will be a decision that will be made by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want you to know that I have not had an opportunity to review it.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Commission, Madam Chairman, my name is Tim O'Malia. This is my wife, Leanne Bauer. Thank you for not slaughtering my name. You're one of the few. We live at 3540 Shandy, directly north and east of the Rabbit Community Church. We've been here about 4 times. This is my first time, so I'm somewhat new to what's going on here. However, I've read all the past studies. Now, in the short time we have, I'd like to get straight to the point. The proposed site plan does not comply with Title 21 requirements, nor does it comply with the comprehensive plan. The proposed addition is not connected to city water and sewer, and hence should be. The church addition will increase occupancy to exceed 700 in number at any given time without any limitation. This increase in water demands will adversely impact our wells and health, as evidenced by the RCCC drawdown study. The Terrasat report and Munter's test performed by the RCCC are faulty and not scientifically reliable and do not meet acceptable testing requirements and guidelines. Had the Planning Department known the truth about these faulty tests, the site plan would never have been approved. With that being said, I would like to turn it over to PhD and PE of Water Engineering, Ron Christensen. Thank you.
I would just like to interrupt to let you know that there are 8 minutes and 34 seconds left, and you should probably, and it's your choice to save time for rebuttal.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioners, I'm Dr. Ronald K. Christensen. I hold a PhD in Civil and Environmental Engineering and with an emphasis in water resources and water engineering. I have 30 years experience. I have a PE in Utah and in Alabama. I've reviewed the engineering analyses that have been done for the church well, and I find that there's some serious problems with those. There's a difference of opinion, as you will see, and as you see in the record. But I firmly believe that this is a classic example of using using a usual analysis in the wrong place. And these wells cannot be analyzed the way they have been. The transmissivity value, which is an estimate of how an aquifer transmits water, is, well, the Terrasat report used a value that was 2.5 times greater than what the Munter report eventually used, but it used a storativity value, which is a percentage of how much water can be pulled out of a particular volume of an aquifer. They used a storativity that was actually a lot better than what Munter eventually used. But down to the bottom line is that the analysis that was done on the well itself, when you have to use observation wells to get proper data, especially to figure out how much water there really is in the ground. You have to use observation wells, and they weren't able to because when they had it, their observation wells didn't move at all. And I can explain that in that this aquifer has a glacial fill, and a glacial fill is basically a conglomeration of various layers of soil and material, and it's discontinuous, and you can have clay and sand and silt in various layers, and it's not continuous. It's not the same way. You go 300 feet away and it's different. And these layers then can interconnect. And as I evaluate this well data, it is apparent that they do interconnect. Now, the bottom line is that the estimate of what the amount of groundwater that's in the ground is about 1,000 times to 10,000 times greater than actually is there. And I firmly believe that. We have had several homeowners and well owners not very far away have trouble with their wells during the period of time when the test was, or immediately after the time that the test was made of the church well. Also, just to get down to the basics, that is that the supply that's going to be pulled out of this well is going to be double just for the people, and then you add that irrigation use on, and the irrigation use is going to substantially increases water use, and it will cause that well to draw down a lot more than what anything has been estimated in those reports to this point. That's a new thing to me. I didn't know that they were going to add irrigation, and the irrigation is going to make matters much, much worse. And it's not properly analyzed in the reports. In some, the engineering reports relied upon by the church are seriously flawed and should not be relied upon by the commission. The aquifer is a low-yield, interconnected aquifer with numerous wells already drawing water. This well is a 6-inch well, and only supplies 5 gallons a minute. I know of a well not far from my home that's a 6-inch well that produces 320 gallons a minute, and that's not unusual. A 6-inch well in a gravel aquifer will do that, and this is in an aquifer that's. Okay, I will table this. I'd be happy to answer questions. Feel free to recall me. Thank you.
Just one moment. Are there questions from the Commission? Commissioner Phelps?
I think that one of the aspects of this that I would like to get your opinion on, and I think you mentioned it, but just to go over it again, is that what I'm getting from your testimony is that you've got a series of, I'll call them lenses. They may be connected, but those lenses can also be discontinuous, and they are used now by existing wells in the neighborhood. And it's your opinion that the well that is proposed to be used by the church cannot produce enough supply based upon that information. That's what I'm getting. Is that correct?
It cannot produce enough supply without interfering with the other wells that are around it. And I'm actually concerned that that it won't be able to supply the 5 gallons a minute that they claim it will. Yes.
Okay. And this is based upon the fact that they used a well as opposed to other observational wells?
Yes.
And the analysis had to focus on the observational wells. Can you explain that?
Well, when you drill a well, it disturbs the aquifer. And so that when you pump on the actual well that you're going to draw water from, there's a lot of disturbed area around the well casing, and this is a 6-inch well with a very low pumping rate, and between the two of them and the low transmissivity, those conditions is when the normal analyses that you would use break down. You cannot use that on a well like this. You have to use an observation well, and then you have to analyze the data of the observation well rather than the well itself. And it's because of the disturbance that's around the well itself and the storage that's in the well. In the well casing and in the space around the well casing.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the Commission? All right. Thank you very much. You have 3 minutes and 4 seconds for your rebuttal time. Are there others who would like to testify at this time? We're opening the public hearing, so would you please come forward? Please state your name for the record, and if you are the pastor, you would have 5 minutes.
No, I'm with the neighborhood community.
All right.
Are we ready?
Yes, we're ready. Thank you very much. We want to make sure we do this absolutely correctly.
Thank you.
All right. Please.
Commissioner Yoshimura and the rest of the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, my name is Doug Trick, and I live at 3625 Rabbit Creek Road, directly east of the Rabbit Creek Community Church on Rabbit Creek Road. On December 22nd, 2011, I lost production of my main well. My water was filled with black sand and had a foul odor. Subsequently, I discovered the Rabbit Creek Community Church had conducted a drawdown test on December 21st and 22nd on their well without informing me of the test. I run a plant nursery, which includes trees, shrubs, and perennials. My summer business depends upon having adequate water. My major concern at this point is if I will have enough water to run my nursery this summer. My nursery is my livelihood. My gardens, which are part of my scene there, which some of you I'm sure have come and seen, are visited by people from all over the world on an annual basis. I have never experienced a water production problem for the 32 years I have lived here. At the time my well stopped producing, it was not even during my peak garden season when I need a lot of water to maintain the nursery and my mini gardens. It is my understanding that the drawdown test is the only event that could have possibly caused my well to dry up. It is also my understanding that the church wishes to expand by tripling their occupancy and water consumption. It is also my understanding that the water well reports that have been submitted to the planning department are faulty, inaccurate, and just plain wrong. This concerns me deeply, as the result of this expansion will impact the community, including myself, so that we may all expect our wells to malfunction or go dry because the aquifer cannot support this expansion. Another item I want to talk about is the traffic on Rabbit Creek Road, and it's a very serious issue. My concern is the speed the cars are traveling. They don't travel the speed limit, which is 45. I'll see them coming down at 70 miles an hour. When I have customers and visitors to the nursery and my gardens, I have to direct traffic in and out of my driveway for safety purposes. I cannot understand how the planning department could not recognize the impacts this facility will have to our fragile aquifers and infrastructures. I hope this is the last time we will be tasked with the burden of asking the Commission to deny this site plan. The church has disappointed me in its promise to be a good neighbor. It is asking us to carry a burden that is unacceptable. Now, do anybody have any questions?
Yes, please stay at the podium. Commissioner Dean?
Through the chair, Mr. Trick, you've been there 32 years.
32 years.
And how many wells do you have?
I have two. I have a house well and a nursery well.
And how deep are those wells?
The house well is the one which I've lost, and it's 108 feet. The nursery well, I don't know because it's under the house.
So when's the last time you had any maintenance done or any work done to your wells?
On my wells, on the 23rd of December, I had well people come out.
Prior to that, have you had any work?
Prior to that, I can't remember when.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions?
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Will the next person please come forward?
Chair and Commission, my name is Beth Glotfelty. I am directly north of the Rabbit Creek Community Church, and my well also ran dry shortly after the pump test was done on the 21st and 22nd of December. I did not know that the test was being done, and I noticed that there was air coming out of my faucet on the 23rd of December. This persisted through the 26th. Air would spurt out, followed by water. And eventually the water came out only, and I had no idea what would have caused this. I have had this happen one time in the past. A few summers ago, I accidentally left my hose on overnight and drained the well. And so when it happened this time, I thought one of the children must have turned on the spigot outside the house and drained the well. I found no cause of why my well would have been drained until about 10 days ago when I realized and was told that the church had done a drawdown on their well immediately prior to my well going dry. The one thing that Dr. Christensen put in his report that he was unable to mention due to time constraints was that when a well does run dry, it no longer supports the septic system, and the leach fields that go along with septic systems and nitrates can filter down into the groundwater. So I currently have a water test running on my water, and my children are drinking out of bottled water because I am afraid of the health concerns that nitrates pose to people when they ingest them. I noticed that the department was generally satisfied with the Munter and Terrastat reports, and I have to say I'm generally unsatisfied. I feel like they did an inadequate test, and when they did test, not only was it supposed to be 96 hours, and they only did 24 hours. In that time, 2 wells immediately surrounding the church went dry. I would like to ask the committee to consider having the church either run city water to their facility or set aside an escrow account for us to have our wells drilled deeper when and if our wells do run dry completely. Thank you. Any questions?
Are there any questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Could you respell your last name for us, please?
Glot, like Tom, F like Frank, ELTY.
All right. Thank you very much. May the next person please come forward.
Madam Chair, I am Dane Havard. I'm the executive pastor for Rabbit Creek Community Church. I believe I have 5 minutes.
Correct.
Yes, this is the third time that we've stood here before this commission and asked this question. What are we allowed to do with our 5 acres of property in a zoning district where churches are a permitted use? We've also appealed this question to the Board of Adjustment twice, and we received some guidance from that. Consequently, we went back to the drawing board, and we have now returned with a completely new design and a change in our expansion approach. We purchased this property, we purchased additional property in the 1990s, which doubled the size of our lot, and we would like to now expand proportionately. As indicated in the staff's report, we've scaled back the size and the height. We've reduced the size of the parking lot, retained existing buffers, and we plan to add additional buffers. We have conducted a well drawdown test, obviously as you've heard, to confirm that we will have no impact on the neighboring wells. Our expanded facility, in fact, will require no more water than 4 homes built on the same site. We can show the math. We have designed and received preliminary approval on a drainage plan that reduces the existing impact to neighbors and to Snowshoe Lane. We've designed a traffic access plan that will eliminate access to Snowshoe Lane, which is a reduction in our impact to the neighbors up Snowshoe Lane. The new design maintains minimal or zero impact on light pollution, noise pollution, and air pollution. The bottom line is that the church simply will not have a permanent or negative impact on any of these issues substantially greater than that anticipated by permitted residential development. We've heard the Commission, we've heard the Board of Adjustment, and we have reviewed every concern of the neighbors. And we've applied the finest professional minds in the city of Anchorage to the task of designing a facility that demonstrates our desire to be a community church and a good neighbor. So we respectfully request that you deny this appeal and affirm the administrative approval of the site plan. Now, on page 81 of your report is the Christensen report that you've heard about, and in fact 2 Alaskan hydrogeologists are here with me today, part of our team, both Jim Munter and Dan Young, Jim Munter of J.A. Munter Consulting and Dan Young of Terrasat, and they have thoroughly reviewed the water concerns, and they have concluded there is no impact from the church's planned expansion. Both are here and prepared to answer questions. And so in the remaining time of our testimony, I would like to ask one of our hydrogeologists, Mr. Jim Munter, to make a brief statement, and then we'll be happy to answer questions.
Hello, Madam Chairman. My name is James A. Munter. I'm a principal hydrogeologist of J.A. Munter Consulting, Inc. The church currently uses water equivalent to about 1 to 1.5 typical homes. The expansion is expected to double water use, and the total use of the church would then be approximately that of 2 to 3 homes. This is less than would be used by the 4 homes that could be built on the church's vacant property. This project would use less water than alternate uses of the land. The water use is compatible with neighboring water use patterns, and we know that these neighborhood patterns have not caused any long-term reduction or mining of groundwater in this area. The principal findings of Dr. Christensen are just plain wrong in so many ways. The technical fundamentals are wrong. The assumptions and analysis are wrong. The technical obfuscation is wrong, and playing to people's fears is wrong. This work should be dismissed. My findings are fully consistent with the findings of Terrasat on this matter, and I would welcome any questions.
Ms. Dean.
Through the chair, from what I understand, this facility is on a holding tank for the wastewater treatment, and it does not have a septic system. Is
Through
that
the chair,
correct?
Ms. Dean, that's correct.
Any particular reason why?
I am not familiar with the history on that,
Okay,
perhaps.
that's okay. I just was, wondering if it was related to the water system at all.
In my inquiries, I didn't detect any relationship to the water situation.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Phelps.
So what is the current water usage from the existing facility today?
It averages about 450 gallons per day.
And so it's expected potentially to double to 900.
Approximately.
And it's your conclusion that 900 would be produced satisfactorily from that well?
That's correct.
So what is an existing dwelling unit in that area use on a per day basis?
It's approximately, it varies according to how many people are living in the home, but it can be anywhere from 300 to 450 gallons, 500 gallons a day maybe. Different estimates for different studies.
And the number of people that are expected to be there at, I guess, one of the more intensive activities of the church would be roughly equivalent to essentially the need for water from 2 or 3 homes?
That's correct.
I guess I'm a little bit concerned about that statement. Perhaps the pastor can answer this question about how many people do you expect to have at the peak period?
How many people do we expect to have on a Sunday?
On a Sunday, for example.
Okay,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Which is our peak time. Presently, we are averaging 350 between 2 services, so they're not all there at the same service. We have 2 services on a Sunday morning. And so we're running about 350, yesterday 355, and that's average.
So you expect to double that then?
We hope to double that over time, yes.
And these are associated with worship services or special functions or a little bit of both?
Well, a little bit of both, but we hope to, the plan, the idea, the vision would be for a Sunday morning. Other times of the week, which are week nights, not weekdays, would be less, significantly less.
So will you have a peaking situation that really occurs during the Sunday period for whatever the period of time is for the worship services? And that's what kind of I'm getting to.
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
That's more of an observation. So my understanding then is that really what you have is a peaking situation that coincides with your Sunday period where you have the services. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the duration? What's the time duration we're talking about here? Is it 2 hours, 4 hours, 3 hours?
Sunday service at this point starts at 9 o'clock, and we are through at 12 o'clock. Some folks mingle around, but most people leave very shortly thereafter.
Thank you.
Commissioner Parks.
A couple of questions about depths of your wells and the wells in the area. I mean, I've looked at the package, and I guess my concern is there multiple aquifers in that area. Is that what you're saying in that place?
Through the chair, Mr. Parks, yes, I believe there are multiple aquifers, and that's consistent with the findings of Terrasat and my own studies of the area.
And how many wells could you drill on this property if it were used as a residential piece? And most R6 is acre and a quarter. And so could you in fact get that 4 to 6 wells on that property today?
Through the chair, Mr. Parks, you can drill as many wells as you can fit together on a piece of property. There are separation distances required for septic systems and holding tanks and that kind of thing. But on something of these sizes, that's typically not a constraint.
Is it your, I'm sorry, I'll need to follow up with just one more question. Is it your opinion that the depths of the wells, I have some experience, and I live on an R6 lot, and what I've seen happen is that the first people in the area have a tendency not to go as deep as the person that drills the last well. That's been my experience in our neighborhood. Is it your concern that the issues that we may see happening now is that it was a shallower well versus something that was a deeper well? I guess my question is this, is when you drill the wells to do a drawdown, did they go to the aquifer that was at the same level as the people who are having issues with the wells?
Through the chair, Mr. Parks, there are reports in the neighborhood of some people that have anecdotally experienced problems with their wells. However, one of the main things that we looked at is whether water levels are declining on a long-term basis. This is something that happens out west, for example, when they irrigate and mine the water, and the water levels keep going down, down, down year after year. And what we found is the water levels when we went to do the testing were actually higher than when that well was drilled, which indicates that the health of the aquifer is right up to snuff. It's very good. And so the surrounding wells around there, tapping different aquifers at different depths, have their own history. I mean, usually well drillers drill until they hit water. And with the glacial sediments, it varies from place to place. So I'm not sure I answered your question.
You did. Thank you.
Ms. Dean?
Madam Chair, will I ask one more question?
Please.
Thank you. Could you please tell me what is your gallon per minute rate of flow on that well?
We ran our test at an average rate of 4 gallons per minute.
Okay, so if you were going to fill a 4,000-gallon holding tank for the sprinkler system, that could take a fair amount of time.
Well,
it would be about...
Yeah, actually, let me clarify that a little bit. The pump itself is capable of about 5 gallons a minute. It's in there now. And we throttled it back a little bit in order to run the test properly. And so at 5 gallons a minute, at 4 gallons a minute times at 4,000 gallons, it's 1,000 minutes. That's 2/3 of a day, roughly.
So, you know, there's going to be a sprinkler holding tank. It's going to have to get periodically flushed and all of that. How are they going to deal with that? How are they going to go ahead and take that periodically and run that water for as long as that? I'm assuming that is going to have an effect on the aquifer.
Well, we ran the aquifer for 24 hours. And on a normal basis, you would not have to do that to supply the Sunday usage, which is the peak day. And so if, you know, I'm not involved in the flushing of tanks for fire systems, but if the amount of water, it took a while for it to refill, they would just wait until it refilled.
So when you ran the test, it ran for 24 hours, and it continuously pumped at 5 gallons per minute without a problem?
4. That's
4
correct.
gallons per minute for 24 hours without a problem?
Approximately. The rate did fluctuate a little bit.
Okay, but it still did pump for 24 hours?
That's correct.
Okay, great.
Commissioner Mulcahy?
Well, Commissioner Dean had my question about the rates. So just a little explanation on the irrigation system. I didn't catch all that.
Through the chair, Mr. Mulcahy, I have no clue what that's all about. I had conversations with the church staff about their practices of summer irrigation, and what I got back was that there is a minimal amount of lawn watering that occurs, like is typical in Anchorage with grass areas. My review of the site, there will be a building, there will be a parking lot. I think there's going to be some native vegetation buffered around here, which typically is not irrigated. I really have no idea what that comment's all about, but that's not part of any planning scenario that I've been involved with here.
Are there any other questions at this time? All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Next.
My name is Chris Fidel. I live at 3500 Rabbit Creek Road, directly south of the church. What I have here is the blueprints or the drawings of the church expansion. It doesn't say anywhere here that it is a school, but if you look at the plans, it is a school. There are at least 11 or 12 classrooms. There's lockers, over 100 lockers that are part of this school facility. There are 38 water outlets in the way of showers, in the way of toilets, in the way of sinks, in the way of drinking fountains. They talked about the activity being only a couple of days a week. Anybody that makes a capital investment of millions of dollars is going to want to get a return on their money, and it's going to take a school, which this is designed to be, for them to make a return on their money, or just enough to have an upkeep of this massive commercial building. Now, what if a young child leaves the shower running for a couple of days? It'll take a drawdown. What if the 4,000-gallon holding tank for the septic starts to overflow? Rabbit Creek is not too far down, and that grade will run that water down in a matter of minutes. Another health and safety concern is the fact that the traffic is horrendous right now. This has a capability of 700 people, and it's not going to be 2 days a week. It's going to be, this is a school, it's going to be a school, it looks like a school, and it's going to operate 6 to 7 days a week. That's a health and safety issue, and if they say that it's going to draw down water the same as a residential when you got 300 people at one time in the building, that's ludicrous. It would be irresponsible for this building to even be in existence in this part of the neighborhood. We're not against churches. We're not against schools. It's just the infrastructure is just not there for this massive building with this kind of traffic pattern that's going on.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
My name is Lois Fidel. We live at 3500 Rabbit Creek Road, right across the street from the church. I have several concerns. One is the noise. The church wants to expand, so there's going to be more people, more growth. Noise is going to increase. We already hear the church as it is now, so more growth, more noise. Air pollution, they're going to have a bigger parking lot. They're moving that parking lot over closer to Rabbit Creek Road, which is going to cause more growth, more cars, more carbon monoxide. Water for classrooms and for expansion, as has already been mentioned, there's going to be more toilets, more sinks, more growth, more water usage. But my biggest concern is the traffic. If anyone has ever gone up to Bear Valley and tried to come down Rabbit Creek Road, when you get down to where my house is and that church, people do not stop there easily. They come flying down that hill. The traffic is horrible. It's bad coming the other way, going over the overpass. You go down, make a slight curve, and start to accelerate to go up the hill. Traffic is hard to stop going up the hill. It's hard for me to get out of my driveway all times of day, every day of the week. My last thought is I found this on the internet today from the Anchorage Daily News. Chris Thompson visited the church and left his comments. His last comment, and I will say he gave positive comments on the church, their activities and their friendliness, so per se, but his last comment I thought was interesting. He said, "Gentlemen, start your engines. Warning. This church is on Rabbit Creek Road, a downhill speedway. I followed a younger couple in a late model car out of the parking lot toward the Seward Highway. Unfortunately, they went 25 miles per hour for a block or two, even though traffic was bearing down on us. I was concerned about being mowed down. Both members and visitors need to quickly get up to speed limits to be able to avoid an auto tragedy there. There has been accidents there every year since 1991, since I've been there. There was an accident just this fall on the corner of Snowshoe and Rabbit Creek right there by the church. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? All right, thank you very much. Next.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Honorable Commissioners. My name is Carl James. I am a member of Rabbit Creek Church, and I live in South Anchorage, just south of Rabbit Creek Road. I want to show you the return on investment. This is my son, Kevin James. He's a freshman at South High School. This is my daughter, Clara James. She's a fourth grader at Rabbit Creek Elementary. I'm proud to say that this church, while not a school, does teach them the values that we in this community want our children to learn. Raising children is scary, quite frankly, in this day and age. Time when we're faced with drugs, violence, it's just tough. And I'm grateful for my fellow members of the church and for the pastoral staff there that are helping teach those values. We've heard talk about classrooms, and classrooms would be great, but it's not for a school. I will tell you, when the teenagers break into small groups to discuss amongst homogeneous groups, other teenage boys discuss the challenges they face as teenagers with adult church members or pastoral staff there. They have to do it in small groups that are right next to a teenage group of girls that may be discussing what going through puberty as a girl is and how gross it is, and that's not something teenage boys would like to hear when they're having a discussion. The classrooms would allow for some separation of those types of conversations in what you may have typically thought of as a Sunday school type of class. Rabbit Creek does that in small groups and typically on Tuesday evenings with children and teens. On Sunday mornings, they have a group of children together that is pre-K through 6th grade. There are some classrooms which the pre-K through kindergarten students are able to go into, but right now they use a larger open area in the basement to have 1st grade through 6th graders in. And as you can imagine, teaching these life principles and the message, the gospel of Christ, to a 2nd grader is a much different task than to a 6th grader. And classrooms would allow separation of that type of discussion as well. And so while I recognize that a floor plan might look like it could accommodate a school, what we really want to do is to be able to accommodate continuing to nurture and grow these children and others who, quite frankly, are priceless in terms of return on investment. Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions? All right, thank you very much. Anyone else who wishes to testify, please come forward promptly. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ted Wellman. I live approximately 1 block north of the church, and I'm here to testify against it, as I have since 2004. If you were going to choose a site to develop a large 750-member church, you choose a site with water, sewer, and access, and compatible uses around there. This church has none of these things. I appreciate the testimony that you just heard, and I certainly think the mission of the church is great. It's just in the wrong spot to be increased in a large size. There's no sewer on the site. There's no water of any meaningful amount on the site. We've already heard that just the drawdown test has dried up wells. There's a 4,000-gallon holding tank on the site, which I understand is pumped every week. With this addition, there's no additional change in the holding tank. You're still going to have the thing pumped every couple of days. The opportunity for an overflow and a problem with that is very high. The traffic has been discussed. I've lived out there for 40 years, and I know what the traffic is like on that road, and I've seen plenty of accidents trying to drive down that road. All the traffic turning into this church has got to cut across traffic coming down that hill. There's no site drainage on the site to speak of. All of the water that's going to come off of that site is going to drain into the ditch along Rabbit Creek Road and flow directly down the hill into Rabbit Creek, which is a salmon stream. There's talk about leaving the barriers there for barriers for visual and sound. Well, there's very little left on the site after it's been cleared. Very little left at all. And a few trees along the road isn't going to provide much in the way of any visual buffer or barrier. The main point on this is that there's discussion about the previous proposals. Previous proposals were different, a little. They were different because they had a school. Now we've still got the space, and when we asked the church whether they would commit in writing not to put a school in there, we can't promise that. Frankly, I feel there's been a little bit of disingenuous proposals here. I don't fault the church, but this is not the location for a mega church. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Will the next person please come forward and clearly state your name for the record?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Greg Monrad. You have to forgive me. I took notes because I can talk and 3 minutes will run really quick, so I'm going to keep myself focused. I'm here as a member of the surrounding community. My house is about 2 minutes from the church. I'm also here as a member of the church. I've been a member for approximately 6 years, myself and my family, my wife and 3 sons. We came to RCC because of the welcoming nature. We've stayed at RCC to become involved because of the focus and commitment to the Anchorage community, the state of Alaska, the United States, and the world through service. They're all traits that, to me, are very important to be taught by a community to my children so that they grow up and continue that as part of their life. I live in South Park Terrace, which is, like I said, roughly 2 minutes away. I there have issues with neighbors. I also have a lot right in between myself and my neighbor. I would not like to see that built on. But the reality of what I'm looking at here is based on what our community standards that are upheld by the Zoning Commission or the Planning Board or whoever, also set in statute and codes, give what is allowed within an area. And that's what we're asking to do what is allowed in the area that we live in. To talk about noise, I deal with neighbors having karaoke contests at 11 o'clock at night. That's their right. Landscaping or lack thereof in my neighborhood, or as I drive up Rabbit Creek Road, there is a lack of it. The church is choosing not to remove anything as we do it. Drainage issues, as I said, I live in South Park Terrace, so I get all the drain off from Golden View and Prominence Point in my backyard. So I know there's drainage issues there. But I do not feel, and I don't think that we can see, that the church is going to cause any greater issues. I'll also talk about the traffic amount. I drive that road every day. I see the traffic. I do see the traffic issues caused by both the orchard that is just slightly below the church and the nursery right above the church, neither of which have parking. I see them backing out on the road and causing people to swerve. So I'm not seeing that church on a Sunday morning is causing any greater impact than what already happens on the road. I'm going to leave it at that.
May we have the spelling on your name, please?
Sure. Just like it sounds, M-O-N-R-A-D.
I have a question for you. So, do you live in Lower South Park and go out the upper way, or
I go up Bridgeview, or through the right there in Bridgeview, Golden View. I live on Upper.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. If I could just hold the line for 1 minute, could you? How many of you are here to give testimony? Okay. So I think, do we take a little break? We're going to take a 10-minute break. Just stay put. We'll be right back in 10 minutes. Thank you. All right. The Planning and Zoning Commission of March 5th, 2012, case 2012-028 is now back in session and available for public testimony. Would you please state your name for the record? And if it's difficult, please spell it. Thank you.
My name is Keith Dohmen, D-O-H-M-E-N. Please ask me about my well if I run out of time. We own 2 lots that are directly impacted by this proposed expansion. My family has owned the land that shares the property line to the north of the proposed expansion since 1969. We own 3 3/4 acres. My wife and I and our son live in a 1,200 square foot house on this property. Tammy and Justin spend the majority of their time at home, as my son has been enrolled in the IDEA homeschool program for 4 years. My wife is a stay-at-home mom who suffers from a compromised immune system. She is currently on a long list of medications, including Coumadin, an anticoagulant blood thinner that counteracts a clotting disorder that recently nearly claimed her life. I can tell you that when we found out that our well is most at risk for nitrate contamination and or even being sucked dry by the direct effects of the church expansion, we were and are outraged. How did it pass the planning department? How could this happen? Doesn't the Muni have a specialist that review the tests and data presented by the Terrasat and Munter reports? Why did we have to hire a hydrologist from the States to review these same exact findings? Is this bad science? What more proof evidence do you need than our well's going dry? Our well went dry 2 days before Christmas. Yeah, surprising, huh? Why are we continuously having to pay experts to protect us from the unscrupulous, not-for-profit organization that seems to be hell-bent on building a school where a school shouldn't be? The church has changed the name of this project from a school to a learning center, to a worship center. Call it whatever you want. From our perspective, the church will completely block any view that we have to the south or the southwest. Our south-sloping lot will be overshadowed by its enormity. The thing about our well is we've had problems with our well before. It was worked over in 2005. It was fracked, a new pump was put in, it was flushed out, and we've had good water. Lately, we don't drink our water. My wife does not drink our water. I don't drink it. I was going to bring a sample down here and ask anybody that was here if they'd be willing to drink our water. We are very concerned. They can do all the tests and analysis. They can do all the numbers they want to do. But when it comes down to your well going dry, what more evidence do you need?
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you for your testimony. Please come forward.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer with 1N Taylor. 1 second. I've lived in Alaska for 31 years, and I own a home in Airport Heights. I've been part of the community council as an active member in the early 90s when Costco was getting ready to put their project in there, and learned all about vegetation from Elise Higgins, and she helped to make that North Costco have the vegetation that it has today. We've lived in the house that we live in Airport Heights for 21 years. I was born and raised in Madison, Wisconsin, and I graduated from the University of Wisconsin with a Bachelor's of Science in Natural Resources. I am married to a park ranger, and we both have a keen environmental and horticultural interest. I've been a member of Rabbit Creek Community Church since 1998. I want to assure our neighbors of the Planning and Zoning Commission and fellow Anchoragites that I will take an active role in this project as part of the revegetation and landscaping team. The species chosen for our plant palette will fit not only with our project, but with Anchorage's 2020 vision. There are no plans to do any clear cutting of vegetation from lot line to lot line on this project. It's not our goal to pave paradise and put in a parking lot. I'm excited about the plans the landscape architecture has proposed. Our plans have added a large number of spruce trees along Rabbit Creek Road, which will provide a high level of screening and will not be of interest to the neighborhood moose. We have chosen deciduous trees and shrubs that moose generally avoid for the rest of the project. Some of the plants in our palette include chokecherry trees, birch trees, and our shrubs include lilacs, potentilla, better known as cinquefoil, spireas, forsythias, plus my favorite, cotoneasters. If requested, we are even more than willing to add some alders in along the north and west sides of our property lines to replace the thinning that we did several years ago. Again, I want to reiterate that there will be no clear cutting of the existing vegetation on this project. Our goal is to ensure that the vegetation planted in the buffer zones, the parking lot planters, and around the building will enhance the neighborhood and not detract from it. Thank you, Madam Chairman and Commissioners, and congratulations on your reappointments for your new positions.
Would you hold, please?
Yes.
Commissioner Phelps.
Let me go back to your statement about you're not going to clear cut or devegetate any portions of the site. I don't think you mean that. I think what you mean is those portions of the site that are not affected by the building signature. Is that correct, in the parking lot?
Correct. And but there's going to be no clear cutting. Like, we're not going to bring a big thing in and cut down all the vegetation. When you think of clear cuts, we aren't doing that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Next.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Joy Biederman, B as in boy, I-E, D as in David, E-R-M-A-N-N, and I reside at 7820 Evander Drive. I'm not a member of Rabbit Creek Community Church, but my husband and I, along with a 15-year-old who has come to live with us, regularly attend Rabbit Creek Community Church on Sunday mornings. We live close to the Diamond Mall, and after visiting and searching through many churches in Anchorage, we finally found Rabbit Creek Community Church. We have found Rabbit Creek Community Church to be a safe and family-friendly environment to help strengthen our faith and allow our teenager to take a productive role in our community, the Anchorage community, not just the Hillside community. We have attended both the 9 a.m. and 10:45 a.m. services and have not experienced any issues with traffic on New Seward Highway or Rabbit Creek Road. In my experience, there is hardly any traffic on Sunday mornings coming from Diamond Boulevard. Rabbit Creek Community Church also reaches out to the disabled in our community and has a marvelous program where a teenager can become a buddy to a disabled youth in a loving, non-threatening manner. The proposed expansion to accommodate a fellowship center, children's ministry wing, shifting of administrative offices, and upgrades to the existing 30-year-old building constructed in 1982 is vital to better serve the youth, particularly disabled youth. As I understand it, some of the upgrades will make it more accessible to serve the disabled. This is just one of the examples of the benefits of the proposed expansion. While I understand and appreciate the neighbors' concerns, what has been presented in opposition is not grounds to deny the site plan review. I urge you to allow Rabbit Creek Community Church to construct the additions and improvements proposed, subject to the conditions enumerated by the department in its report. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Phelps.
So the question I have is, explain your statement about you have not experienced any particular problems, ingress, egress during the peak hours onto Rabbit Creek Road. Can you be a bit more explicit about that?
Sure. Well, normally we've attended both the 9 a.m. and the 10:45 a.m. service. New Seward Highway, it has plenty of room between traffic. There's not like a ton of people lined up on an exit. There may be one or two people exiting at the same time on Rabbit Creek Road at either of those times in the morning. When we get up Rabbit Creek Road, there may be a couple cars coming down that we may have to wait for to make the left-hand turn. There may be a car behind us, maybe two, but generally speaking, it's not high peak time. If you go in O'Malley at these same times, you experience something quite different. Rabbit Creek, I feel like the road is pretty safe. It's been a nice environment for us, even this winter with as much snow and ice as we've had. So it really has not been a situation where I've seen lines of traffic lining up behind us. Some of the other churches in town have had some of those experiences, and we have not had those at Rabbit Creek Community Church.
So the amount of queuing that you see there is actually like maybe 2 or 3 cars?
That's
lining
the
up to
most
go
I've
in.
seen when I go like at 8:45 in the morning or at about 10:30 in the morning if we're trying to catch one of those 2 services.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Rybisky, R-E-B-I-S-C-H-K-E, and I was going to dazzle you with how many years I've lived in Alaska, but the young lady behind me has got a year on me. I came up in 1952, and I built Windsong Drive off of Golden View in 1976, and I've lived there ever since. I'm a recent attendee of Rabbit Creek. I helped start City Church. Some of you are familiar with that church. And when they said this was coming up, I thought back on the things that I had seen through the years that Rabbit Creek was doing and how they used their building and how they gave it to the community. And I look back on Anchorage when I was first here, it was a town, and we did things as a community where neighbors helped neighbors build houses. And I believe that Rabbit Creek Community Church does that. It brings community into the area. Rabbit Creek has used their building for voting. They use it for the community councils, for the road services. They use it for scouting. And as a coincidence, today I opened my mail, and Kathy Giesel was sending out, Senator Kathy Giesel was sending out her town hall meeting at Rabbit Creek Community Church. And so this building has been used for the community over and over again. I've lived up there for 36 years. I've never seen a problem with the road in front of Rabbit Creek Church. Even before I started attending, I've never seen a problem there. Now, further up the hill, you heard it earlier about Golden View and Rabbit Creek Road. There might be a problem there, but there's not in front of Rabbit Creek Church. They offer things for the community like the Halloween safe place for the kids. They give to the community. You know, Rabbit Creek has been blessed. It's not an area where we have a lot of needy. But the church has things that they do for other communities that are in Anchorage. They give to the poor. They help out in the other communities. And so when we have people working with people, we have a better community. And when we have communities helping other communities, we have a great city. And I believe that Rabbit Creek is a positive plus for this community. And I think the addition will help them to be able to let the community use their building even more than it is now. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? All right, thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Blair Wanzel. I live at 14711 Snowshoe Lane. I passed out some handouts there, but before that, this gentleman just in front of me, though the church talked about Sunday school and church on Sundays, he talked about a lot of other uses of that church, and we know that goes on because we see the cars parked there at different times, so actually the water impacts are a lot higher than just the Sunday school and the Sunday services. They're there off and on all week long. What I really wanted to talk about today was the impacts from the church expansion, some of which include the well water, the leach fields, the drainage, the traffic, and the noise. But my main comments had to do with the water wells. The church ran the drawdown test on their well to determine the capacity of the aquifer. The test was run during a minimal water usage time of year, right before Christmas. People are off in the daytime shopping. Some of them are leaving on vacation, things like this. 3 local homeowners have lost their water during and immediately after that drawdown test. So what that well was testing was not just the well, the ability of the well to return water, but it was also testing the ability of the aquifer to rejuvenate itself. And during that test and for a few days after, it took days for the aquifer to refurnish itself. And you've just heard testimony from 3 people. The church has maintained that they have a capacity by the well in the pump to pump 5 gallons per minute. However, they chose to run the test at 4 gallons per minute. If you look at that curve that's in the handout that I gave you, passed out, this lower one, it talks about the drawdown. The drawdown from the static fluid level that was present when they started pumping. If you look at the handout, you see at about 18 hours that the rate of drop in the fluid level suddenly took a downward turn. That means that in some place in that aquifer, they reached a boundary. As the envelope moves out, it hit a boundary someplace that could no longer help support it, and the curve went down. At that point, right at the tail end, and I blew this up so this was obvious, they dropped the rate that they were pumping at. Had that line continued, had they continued at 4 gallons a minute, at about 25 hours they would have reached the available drawdown as described by Munter on his report in page 6. That would have occurred in about 25 hours. The drawdown tests and associated problems in nearby wells indicate that the aquifer will probably be stressed this summer when water usage goes up because of watering lawns, trees, flowers, and etc. And there's considerably more details and specifics in my handout.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions of me?
I'm not seeing any questions on the screen. Thank you very much for your testimony.
I'll take those up for you. My wife has some handouts here.
While he's doing that, I'm Mary Wanzel, live at the same place, and thank you for listening to me. The pastors, when we met at Rabbit Creek with the 2 pastors, they said they had a problem understanding why we don't trust them. When we told them that we probably would, if they would sign a covenant that would state they have no intention of opening a school for at least 10 years. Mark Goodman, head pastor, immediately said they would never do that. When asked if he would sign a covenant just for 5 years, we received the same answer. The church has already become so large, it is a staff of 7 and a business office that is staffed all week. When asked about the number of classrooms they already used in their basement, they replied 8, but almost immediately changed the number to 5, stating that some were being used as offices now, and another one was slated to be turned into an office soon. They don't seem to have a doctrine or a sense of continuity, because when I asked, would you honor one of Reverend Hale's promises? Mark immediately said no, without question. So how can we believe any of their promises? I know that, well, I feel like Mark could leave the church any time and the next person in charge could do as he wished with the school. Half the congregation is from Midtown, not Rabbit Creek. At our last meeting, I said, I agree that there's probably a great need for more alternative schools. Your $5 million would be better spent buying flat land halfway between Rabbit Creek and town and adjacent to the 4-lane highway and with a traffic light. That way it would be safer for everyone. And it would also solve their water and sewer problems. When Mark was asked what he was going to do about the large pile of snow they have piled parallel to the snowshoe lane, he smiled and said it would turn into water. He also told 2 neighbors that Snowshoe Lane was on church land and that the church could close it at any time. The Rabbit Creek Council letter does not say they approve of the Rabbit Creek church plan, but that they will only if specific conditions as stated in the letter of November the 21st are met. I attached those letters, and I also attached a calendar here that shows that the church is active during the week. And probably when it expands, or if it does expand, it will be very busy. I'm sure it will be.
Are you finished?
Yes, I am.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Next. Thank you all very much for standing in line and helping us be prompt. We appreciate it. Please state your name.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Jane Little, and I reside at 10,001 Slalom Circle in Anchorage, and I'm a past district governor of Rotary International District 5010, which includes all of Alaska, all of the Yukon in Canada, and everything east of the Ural Mountains in Russia. Having a wonderful church like Rabbit Creek Community Church in Anchorage is very important to me. When I was a child, my mother would take me to church, and sometimes the neighbors would pick me up and take me to church with them. And I think that my church experiences really contributed throughout my life to having me be very altruistic and volunteer and give as much back as possible to the community. When I was looking for a church in Anchorage, I attended many church services. And it wasn't until I found Rabbit Creek Community Church that I felt like I had found my church. I like the diversity of youth to elders, people of many colors, and the genuine friendliness that is extended to everyone. I enjoy the Sunday sermons, which provide me with a biblical history lesson along with a very positive message. I especially like that this church has a 48% attendance of babies through teens and a special program for children with special abilities and special needs. Hopefully, the youth attending RCCC will also grow up and give back to their community. The seeds are being planted, and these are our future leaders. It is important that the community provides activities for our youth, and I believe that RCCC is providing a safe, educational, and loving environment to fill the community's needs. Most of this expansion is needed to provide the space for Sunday youth services. There are absolutely no plans for a private school. I know when I went to Sunday school, I called it Sunday school, but I didn't ever feel like it was a private school. Many times in my past, I have encountered the not in my neighborhood groups. We are trying to be good neighbors, and this building expansion is planned to have as little impact on the neighbors as possible. I ask you to please approve this building request tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? All right. Next, please.
Madam Chair, members of the Planning and Zoning Board, thank you for your attention. My name is Claudine Haynes, and I just wanted to make a quick comment that as an Alaska Native, I'm Tlingit. I'm particularly sensitive to someone saying that they bring community into an area when there is already a community in the area. I live on Snowshoe Lane, 1,200 feet north of the church. I'm commenting on Appeal Point 3, specifically regarding light pollution, and Appeal Point 4 regarding the unique appeal of a neighborhood. Snowshoe is a quiet dirt road. I can just see my neighbors through the trees. The brightest lights at night are the moon and stars, and the dominant sounds in the day are mostly the birds, although there is that shooting range. I am very fortunate to live in such a rural setting and still be in Anchorage. This is the reason I live on Snowshoe Lane and the reason I live in Alaska. Recently, there are brighter lights on our road. There are 3 large screens inside the community church that are seemingly, purposely, completely visible to the road. At night, they are all on and playing separate imagery. I've lived outside in a big city, and these are very much like large electronic billboards. It seems that they could simply choose to turn these screens off, but they choose not to. I fear the near doubling of the size of the community church's facility will only bring further big population encroachment onto our peaceful road. The character of Snowshoe Lane is already changed negatively by the choices of the community church's members. I see no reason to believe there wouldn't be more such negative changes to our area. I am one of the community of Snowshoe Lane. Is there any concern from the community church members for those that actually live on Snowshoe Lane? I do not want to be in the way of the community church achieving their growth goals, and the best of luck to them. I think they probably are a wonderful environment. But I truly believe that there are more appropriate places for the kind of expansion the community church wants. I truly believe this is not the appropriate place. There are too many negative impacts that will irreparably change the present character of Snowshoe Lane. Therefore, I strongly urge that you decline the community church's present request for expansion and any future expansion requests of this size in this area. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Dolsky. I'd just like to make a short statement. November 21st, 2011, I stood in this same spot before this same commission and stated the following: my name, my address, and I also stated that I lived in the Rabbit Creek area for over 30 years. I opposed the expansion of the Rabbit Creek Church/School in 2006, 2011, and now 2012. The grounds for my opposing this expansion were and are, number one, concerns for my well. 2, drainage problems at the bottom of my driveway. I'm the last driveway before it goes into the creek. Concern for the extra traffic on Rabbit Creek Road. In summary, I believe this facility will have a negative impact, as I have stated above. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. My name is Carolyn Hackett, that's 2 T's on the end, please, and I am a resident of Snowshoe Lane. I value the quiet, rural character of Snowshoe Lane. I enjoy the dense trees and vegetation along Rabbit Creek Road and Snowshoe Lane, and I especially appreciate the escape from traffic, noise, and light pollution that our small, privately maintained dirt lane offers. The Rabbit Creek Community Church already significantly impacts the unique character of my neighborhood. It is the largest, brightest building in the area. When I give directions to my house, I tell people to turn left right before the really big church. I guess if the expansion plan is approved, I will have to tell them to turn left at the really, really, really big church. The name of the church is the Rabbit Creek Community Church, but I and many of my neighbors, as we've heard tonight, are not members of this church, and we do not feel that they are part of our community. I do not appreciate the church's impact on my community. The large paved parking lots require frequent plowing, and they have resulted in a huge snow pile along the vegetation berm that borders Snowshoe Lane. My understanding is that this is in violation of code. The church also displays 3 large LED screens that are left on all night, every night. The planned expansion of the Rabbit Creek Community Church will increase the size of the building complex and the parking lots. It will also increase the amount of traffic after services and require and the frequent church functions throughout the week. These will also require additional plowing, and I'm concerned that there will be additional large snow piles along the vegetation buffers. I'm concerned about potential water quality impacts and the increased light pollution in my community. The church has stated that they have no larger impact than the 4 residential houses that would take the place of their lot. But I have to tell you, if any of my neighbors routinely invited 175 people over and had them park in their yard, I'd be a little irritated with them too. The Rabbit Creek Community Church does not represent me or my community, and I'm extremely concerned that this expansion will significantly, permanently, negatively impact the unique character of my neighborhood, as well as potential negative impacts to local traffic circulation, water quality, and light pollution. Please decline the request for expansion. Thank you for your time and consideration of this issue. Madam Chair, Commissioners, are there any questions?
I don't see any in the queue. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners. My name is Alan Ayu. My name is spelled A-L-L-E-N. Last name is A-H-Y-O-U. I want to thank you for your time and for this opportunity to testify on behalf of Rabbit Creek Community Church. I live on DeArmond Road, which is within the boundaries of the Rabbit Creek Community Council. And I have been a member of Rabbit Creek Community Church for over 16 years. Prior to that time, you probably would not have liked me. Before I became a Christian, I lived a great life. But I was a little cocky, arrogant, extremely selfish and self-centered. And the most important thing to me was making money and getting things. Well, you probably wouldn't have liked, I was not a nice person back then. But through the grace of God, I am proud to say that I am not that way anymore. My life has benefited tremendously from my walk with the Lord. Today, I am well grounded in His Word, and Rabbit Creek Community Church has been and continues to be the catalyst of my spiritual growth. My life has been dramatically changed. Folks, Rabbit Creek Church is a place of worship, spiritual growth, fellowship, and Christian community. Each week we see people seeking the Lord, accepting the Lord into their lives. We see children growing up in the Lord, and our numbers are increasing. Our largest area of increase is in the youth and children's church, and that is the reason for our expansion plans. We want to give our youth and children a place to worship, to Bible study, and to have small group fellowship. This is their sanctuary. You know, we see kids bringing their friends who don't even go to church coming on Sunday. Kids whose lives would not be touched by God if not for the kindness of a classmate or a friend who cared enough to extend an invitation. And you know, folks, children really are our future. I believe that a lot of the ills of our society plaguing the front page of the newspaper, children killing each other, school shootings, bullying, drug use, and other destructive behavior happen because the majority of children in America, in Alaska, right in South Anchorage, they do not have this good spiritual or moral compass to direct their lives. I think this world needs more venues like what we are proposing. Now, I know that our plans in the past have met opposition. But as a good neighbor, we took fair and reasonable steps to change our design to accommodate and comply with all municipal codes and restrictions. There are no plans to build a school. That is just not part of our vision. Ladies and gentlemen, our expansion plans have been approved, and I appeal to your moral conscience and ask that you uphold that decision. It is the right thing to do. And in closing, I'd like to invite each and every one of you and our friends to join us on Sundays. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next. Questions? No.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Karen Pudge, and I live off of Elmore and Rabbit Creek Road. I have resided in that area for over 35 years. And what I would like to address this evening is the safety issues of Rabbit Creek Road. And anyone who doesn't acknowledge that that has become a very dangerous road is either not being honest or is just not knowledgeable. There's a 12-degree incline right up above the church. Most recently, within the last 3-4 weeks, cars going up, icy, couldn't make it. Cars got stuck. The cars whipping around Dead Man Curve, coming below Elmore, were hitting the cars that couldn't go anywhere. There were over 7 collisions that we were aware of helping people, and the traffic backed up, cleared down past the church. The hours, there are no good hours. You know, it's the weather, it's the road conditions there. It's not that there's an accident every year. There's an accident almost every week. Day before yesterday, a car flipped right at the bottom of the church. Icy roads was over. My sister helped pull people out and call the medics. The traffic on Rabbit Creek is not, we've had so much building in the last several years, it cannot accommodate the people, you know, that are living above or below Elmore at this time, and it is a safety issue. Golden View, east of the church, is being scoped, I understand, by the state of Alaska for an overpass. You know, until we can accommodate the traffic that's there, you know, you spend sometimes trying to get off the highway. Cars will be backed up during peak times out to the highway trying to make a left or a right on Old Seward Highway. We witness this every day. I mean, we live with this. And like I said, anyone who hasn't seen it, I don't think is being really honest with you. It's very difficult to make a turn out into Rabbit Creek sometimes from the side roads, Elmore or Loch Lomond. And I believe it's a big safety issue, and adding anything down at the bottom of that hill, I think, is going to cause more problems.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, so thank you for your testimony. Next.
My name is Judd Robinson, and I own the property on the northeast side of the church property adjoining. And I think this whole concept that the neighbors don't like the church is way overblown. The church has been there for 30 years. We've lived with the church and its expansion 2 times from 2,500 square feet to 18,000 square feet. 8 classrooms, a kitchen, a large meeting room, and classrooms that fit all of their needs right now. This is about the scope of this expansion, and does it belong in a rural neighborhood? The church as it is huge. If they want to expand to the size of a small school, there are no other buildings that size except for Bear Valley Elementary, Golden View Junior High. So this would make a school-sized building, and the populace that they could work with there, 800 people, huge. It puts it at an area that is very sensitive traffic-wise on Rabbit Creek Road. There is, as mentioned before, many wrecks, many close calls in that area because of it funnels everything downhill from the Golden View area. So with the infrastructure not being there for water and sewer, to build a building this size with the capacity that it does have, the traffic problems that it will create, the noise pollution, light pollution, they're going to come with the building. And so to say it's not a school, the capacity is there to impact all these infrastructures and traffic and polluting problems.
I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Hello, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Cheryl Robinson, and my property is located adjacent to the Rabbit Creek Community Church on the northeast corner. I've owned the property for over 40 years. Our house faces south and looks right towards the church. When the church purchased the 2 pieces of property on the east side of their property, they removed the houses and most of the vegetation. Therefore, they don't have to remove any more vegetation because they've already removed it. Now we hear the traffic so bad that we can no longer sit on our deck. In 2004 and 2007, Rabbit Creek Community Church tried to expand their facility. The Planning and Zoning Commission denied the site plan because there was no infrastructure to support this expansion. Today, there still is no infrastructure. We are exactly the same way. We have no sewer. We have no water. We have nothing to support an expansion of this size. They want to keep getting bigger, but the community cannot handle this area, that size of a church. The church says the new additions with the 12 classrooms and approximately 38 water sources will not be for future school or child care, but will only be used for their youth studies. Well, when I asked the Pastor Goodman, so you are telling me you will never have a daycare and you will never have a preschool there? He said, well, perhaps maybe in the future. This structure, if you look at the plans of this structure, it is exactly like the codes of an Anchorage School District elementary school. So their intent is to have a school. The average size of a Walgreens is 14,500 square feet. They could fit 2.5 Walgreens in this building. The church started out with a footprint of 2,600 square feet. They portrayed themselves as a small community church. Now they want to build a mega church on a piece of property that is not capable of handling 750 church members. The church has raised $2.5 million so far for this project, and they could use this money to go purchase some property that has all the infrastructure that they require. And we hope that the Planning and Zoning Commission will see nothing has changed since the church's last request and once again deny this expansion. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Next. The line's getting shorter. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Hawes, and I am here with my husband, Eric. The spelling of the last name is H-A-A-S as in Sam. Our property on Shandy Court borders Rabbit Creek Community Church to the northeast, and we are their most immediate neighbor. We feel that the current expansion plan that almost doubles the footprint of the current structure will generate significant adverse impacts for us and the other neighbors. We therefore oppose this newly proposed project for the following reasons. In reference to the guidance of the Anchorage Comprehensive Plan, Policy 46 of Title I seeks to protect and enhance the unique appeal of individual residential neighborhoods. Our neighborhood will not be enhanced, but instead be degraded by the addition of this new structure and all the additional activity, noise, traffic, etc., that will likely ensue from the programs this organization may offer to accomplish their missions and goals. Because of the short distance from our house to the church, we have received in the past a fair amount of noise impacts, vehicles, basketball court activity, church band practices, which involve electric instruments, guitars, and drumming, which we have tolerated in the spirit of good neighborliness. We've lived next to the church for 22 years. However, any additional noise and air pollution increases would not be tolerable. Our view towards the southwest, ocean and mountain, was already severely impacted after the 93 expansion project. With the current proposed expansion, the high roof line would be extended towards the east and essentially eliminate our ocean view. We therefore are not protected by Policy 48 of Title I of the Anchorage Comprehensive Plan, which addresses, quote, enhancement or preservation of scenic views and other significant natural features when considering site development plans. The current expansion plan does not consider the functional and aesthetic character of the adjacent neighbors, which is stated as a goal in new site development in Policy 49 of Title I. The current expansion plan of Rabbit Creek Community Church is simply too large in scale and would alter the functional, increased traffic, activity, noise, as well as aesthetic character of our neighborhood. The church's lot on the northeast side from the building to their property line is fairly narrow. In fact, in the past, they asked for our permission to set their storage sheds past their boundary onto our lot, which is unpaved in that area, to allow themselves more utility and traffic space. We approved their request in the past. However, we do have strong concerns about possible potential groundwater contamination from stored vehicles and equipment. Our well is located close to the property line to the church, and the aquifer is very shallow. In conclusion, we would like to pose the following question to the board and members of Rabbit Creek Community Church in attendance at this meeting. Would you approve of an expansion of this magnitude, a 36,260 square foot building that is 13 and a half times the size of its original footprint, to happen next door to your property and home in your neighborhood? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next.
My name is John Glopelty. I live at 14931 Snowshoe, just up the hill. We actually are a pretty new resident there. We moved there in '07, And compared to our neighbors, which we happen to know just about every one of them, they've been there a lot longer. And we actually have attended and do attend the church. We have no problem with the church. Everybody there is very nice. We get along with them great. Hopefully we'll be able to go back there. But I have to say that I do oppose the reconstruction. My biggest concern is the well. When we bought our house in 2007, the municipality made us do the well test and all that. Our well actually puts out, I think, 3 gallons an hour. Is that right? 2 gallons a minute. 2 to 3 gallons a minute is our well production. And what I'd like to see is one of these experts tell me that repeated drawdowns is not going to affect my well. I mean, I think the municipality approved the sale of my house to me for the fact that, I'd like to be able to keep my water, I guess. And any of the professionals here say that repeated drawdowns won't affect my 2 to 3 gallons an hour or a minute water. I'd like to hear that. One other point I have is the traffic problem. I have 3 kids, 3 young kids, 10-year-old and twin 6-year-olds. They get the bus right there at the church, at the corner of Snowshoe and Rabbit Creek. And that hill coming down there, if you ever, please, by all means, go drive Rabbit Creek Road. The hill coming down to the church is the worst part of the road. And the wintertime, I'd challenge anybody to come down that hill and not touch their brakes, because it's really not an option. So, in wintertime driving in Alaska, everybody knows that slippery roads and brakes are probably not a really good idea. So, I'd just like you guys to take another look at it, and I have no problem against the church, but I don't think this is the right place or the right time for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. There are no questions in the queue. Please come forward.
Yeah, my name is Daniel Moose. Last name is spelled M-O-O-S-E. This is my son, Trevor. Trevor's a Nupiaq. Their families have been here for 30,000 years, so he's got rights too. And I just wanted to remind the people here that we have rights. We have property rights that we're here to defend. We have a right to assemble, and we have the right to worship. Trevor's a pretty good example of our future here, and I've heard comments made about investments. Well, he's our investment. He's everybody's investment in this community. I'm a member of the church, that's true, but I'm also a member of the community. I live 2.8 miles away from Rabbit Creek Church. I live a little higher up on the hill, up towards the fire station. I can run my well down pretty easy there too. It's not a perfect situation. Initially, I came here to speak on appeal number 1. For 28 years, I've worked in traffic and data collection. I'm a contractor. I supply that information to the state of Alaska. Rabbit Creek Road isn't ideal. I admit to that. There's 8,000 vehicles a day typically travel that road. That's a lot less than the 13,000 vehicles a day that travel O'Malley. Or the 15,850 that travel O'Malley, and the 13,000 that travel a similar road at Huffman. The capacity that road can carry, considered by the State Planning Commission, is about 15,000 vehicles a day per lane. It's nowhere near that. When I hear talk about traffic issues, if you come to church or if you've been through that area at 8 or 10 o'clock, or even noon on Sunday, you'll see that traffic is not queued up leaving that church. If there were an issue with traffic leaving that church, you would see vehicles in that parking lot in a steady queue, backed up as far as it could be. It's not that case. And I just want to implore the Commission to follow the recommendations of the expertise here in Alaska. The DOT traffic and safety people have recommended passage and acceptance of our plan, as well as a hydrologist that have a whole lot of experience in Alaska. Thank you.
I don't see any questions in the queue, so thank you very much for your testimony. Would the next person please come forward?
Madam Chairman, I am Barbara Hayden, spelled Hayden, and I live on Rabbit Creek Road, just across the street from the church. I oppose this addition and disagree with the planning department finding that this family will not have a permanent negative and substantially greater impact than residential development. The existing building already violates the code that is supposed to protect our neighborhood. Appeal point number 3, first of all, noise. The church says they don't create any noise. Not nonsense. They blame everybody and everyone else. After 50 years of living there and on my acreage, we bought for peace and quiet. I have to listen to the commercial snow removal vehicles and at 5 a.m. for residential neighbors, never a sewage dump pump truck every Monday morning, and it's loud and I can smell. Now I will look backward to the human waste pumping twice a week. How many of you in the neighborhood who pumps their wells or their septic system twice a week? Residential neighbors never pump weekly. A rock and roll band you can hear through their walls, and they open up their doors and windows in the summer. No more quiet evenings, and the music isn't too good. At least with neighbor kids, they grow up and move on. This will never stop. Permanent and negative, you bet. The kids' summer camp, you should add that is to their water usage calculations too, because it is not in their residential neighborhood. Don't have summer camps, never. Cars 10 to 20 in and out almost every night. Residential homes, not too much. There's no substantial permanent and negative noise today. This building will bring more. It ruins why we bought this 2.5 acres. And how come the existing building doesn't have a sprinkler system? Because they posted a sign that says 299 occupants. So why do they have more than 100 cars in the parking lot? The parking code averages 4 people per car. If they keep saying there are fewer than 300 occupants, they aren't required to put in the sprinkler system. So much of that. Not enough land to accommodate the front buildings and parking lot, for that already exists, as they're lying about how many people are in the building. It has to be one of us or other because the numbers don't add up. The buildings they have in its capacity and uses can't be contained.
You finish quickly, please.
I did a research on the sprinkler system, and I have some papers I would like to pass out to you.
Are there any questions? I have a quick question for you, and maybe staff could answer this if you just hold still for a minute. Is the threshold 300 for a property, commercial property, or a property of this size as far as sprinklering is concerned?
Madam Chair, the fire department has posted the main auditorium occupancy at 299. It was based on the determination they're basically grandfathered in for the lack of the sprinkler system based on the construction of the time frame that the auditorium was constructed.
So does this expansion then require a sprinkler system for the entire new, for the old and new facility?
No, the new facility will be required to be sprinklered and will be reviewed during the building permit process.
But not the current facility?
Not the current facility, Madam Chair.
And how many seats are in the current facility, physically, as opposed to the stated 299?
We based our parking analysis on, Madam Chair, we placed our parking analysis on 7 square feet per person, the main auditorium, the stage area. Hold on, let me get my notes, Madam Chair. My apology. Under item 8 of this site plan review originally conducted, I'm sorry, it wasn't 8, it was 10 of the site plan review, the square footage of the main auditorium or the worship area is approximately 3,800 square feet. Of the 3,800, 852 square feet is used for the stage. Therefore, we use a calculation of 7 square feet per person based on 3,035 square feet of the worship area, and that amounted to 433 persons, and 852 square feet per person based on 15 square feet, for a total of 489 persons. Therefore, the parking calculation is based on 4 divided by 4. 489 persons are divided by 4, which equals 123 required parking spaces. We made note that the fire department limited the main auditorium to 299. However, under Title 21, we are required to base the parking on IBC code.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions? All right, we'll take your material. Okay. Thank you very much. Will the next person please step forward?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. My name is Suzanne Camellis, and I live on Snowshoe Lane. And please consider this carefully. You cannot limit the hours of operation in this church or any church. That is religious freedom. Because of this fact, you must consider the cumulative capacity of this church and its ability to change without question its hours of operation and its functions. This determines its impacts, safety, traffic, and water use, not just on Sunday services, but during the entire week. The church, in its narrative, on its plans, make no mention of the occupancy, except to say that this auditorium is not increasing. In fact, the planning department stated in their response, in part, expansion of the church with no anticipated increase in parishioners is relying on a false assertion in permitting this massive addition. The new and unimproved design is a shell game. In the existing building, there will be a remodel, 110 fixed seatings for teenagers added to the adult auditorium of 299 in an unsprinkled building, plus the new building, which can hold at least 200, the ponding area, which is a cafe and a coffee bar, which can hold at least 50 people. This is over 600 people. 2 full services equal over 1,200 folks. The shell game is that they are separating the children from the adults, increasing the number of people who use the facility at one time. The attempt to hide behind the 299 adult occupancy number is transparent. And this is an unsprinkled building. How can a fire suppression system, even in the sprinkled building, with a 5-gallon per minute recharge, suppress a fire, especially when local wells are going dry? The number of vehicles that can be placed in this parking lot is over 150. They're only required to have 123. That's 299 adults in their main auditorium. In a perfect world, that would be 150 couples, and that doesn't count single people. So their parking in this new plan is inadequate. To fix their parking, they would have to clear the vegetated areas that they have promised not to clear. And when this building is occupied, the water usage spikes. That is what the danger is to our wells, is the spiking of the water usage. What day of the week would you like to get up in the morning and not be able to brush your teeth? I don't want to do that, and I've lived there for over 30 years. Didn't the drawdown test say anything when it burned out 3 different wells? At the very least, the drawdown test, well, you have heard how much testimony from other people of how many times this building is used during the week. Its impacts will only increase to the neighborhood, and it really does create a hazard for us, and it could destroy the values of our homes. Please ask me about my well.
Does anyone have a question? Mr. Phelps.
Tell me about your well.
During the Christmas holiday, my daughter was home from school, and she had oral surgery. I took a day off from work. I woke up. I turned my water on to fill up my coffee pot. It dribbled out. I live over 1,200 feet from the church as well. I really didn't think about it at the time, but when I look back at my nifty little iPhone, I can figure out when it happened, and it was around the 22nd and 23rd, and those dates, I understand, were the dates of the drawdown test.
Thank you very much. I have just one brief question for you. Where's the closest water line?
The closest water line? I believe they have water somewhere along Elmore because they put water in at the high school, the new South High School. I don't know if there's water along Elmore and Rabbit Creek, but it would be good. I mean, I don't have anything against this church. I helped Terry Hill keep his driveway open when they put the expansion on. I didn't have a problem with it, but I do have a problem with this continual expansion. It's not a good area, as you've heard from the people who live there. And the fact that our water is now being impacted, regardless of what Terrasat and Munter say, when you turn your spigot on, it hits you in the face, or rather it doesn't. And that's frightening. That's terrifying.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much. I have a question of staff. Where's the closest water line?
Madam Chair, it's our understanding the closest water line is at Elmore and Rabbit Creek.
And how many feet away from that is the church? The property line of the church?
I do not know.
The northeast?
Madam Chair, I do not know the answer to that. Maybe the design team can respond to that question.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Let's move forward.
Hello, my name is Ralph Cremelis. I have lived on Snowshoe Lane since 1979. And once again, I would like to express my resentment, again, to happen to be back in front of this commission to talk about the Rabbit Creek Community Church plan to build a school and a daycare center, as they wanted to do in 2004 and 2006. If you were on the commission back then, you would see that the plans have changed a little, but the impact is still very much the same. Names of rooms have changed. They still have lockers, they still have classrooms, and they still have many restrooms, enough for 732. Still, every house in our quiet neighborhood is able to fit inside this 36,260 square foot wall church. This floor plan would also allow all the homes along 1.5 miles of Rabbit Creek Road from the Seward Highway interchange to Elmore Road to fit into their 36,200 square foot mega church. I do the snow plowing and road maintenance for our neighbors here on Snowshoe Lane. And as you can see from this photo that I'm going to hand you, the snow pile from the parking lot cascades down onto Snowshoe Lane. Why? Because the parking lot bollards that were required for their second edition back in 1993 were never installed. So the snow is still plowed and stored onto their landscaped area, which, as you know, code does not allow, but they still do it. We will still have drainage problems on Snowshoe Lane because of this, along with the roof and parking lot runoff, no matter what their drainage plan says. A short story about something that happened during the winter windstorm was when the top of one of their cottonwood trees blew off. They cleared it up so their sign could be seen from the road. And they're just tossing the debris over the Snowshoe Lane berm, making me have to cut the tree down and move it, or the branches up, so I wouldn't damage my plow and I could continue to plow the road. I could tell you similar tales about the dumping of grass clippings and other debris into the drainage ditch. This addresses Appeal Point 5. Drainage from this commercial lot has a greater negative impact
than the 2 previous homes ever did. This behavior is not that of a good neighbor. This expansion is certain to have permanent negative impacts on my neighborhood, much greater than the 2 residential homes that they bought out and tore down. This commission made the right decision back in 2004 and 2006. Please, for the sake of our fair community, do the same thing again tonight. And one thing I want to ad lib here is 3 wells going down during a drawdown test is not a coincidence or a miracle. It's a nightmare. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Questions. Here are the pictures. Please take a look at them.
You can bring them forward and give them to the secretary. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? All right. May we have your name, please?
Good evening. My name is Lita Oppegard, O-P-P-E-G-A-R-D. Good evening, and I think you're wonderful to listen to all of this testimony tonight. I live in Eagle River, and so what is an Eagle River gal doing here tonight? I live in a quiet neighborhood, and in our neighborhood, we depend on our well water as well. And I do have acquaintances and friends that live in the Rabbit Creek area. And I have followed this drama over the years. I've been to the prior hearings on this. And I just want to make it very clear that I don't think it's correct for some of the people from the church to feel that they are being as a church being discriminated against. That's certainly not the case. Nobody's questioning the value of Rabbit Creek Community Church, their value to the community and certainly to the people who are members of their congregation. There's no question about the value of a church community to its youth. I think a very important lesson for youth as well is the time-honored lesson that there is a time and place for everything, and this just is not the time or place for building a megachurch at the intersection of Snowshoe Lane and Rabbit Creek Road. My concerns about this really are around how the impact of a growth like this would have on well water. And as to their intentions, for such a big facility, I go back to the line from the movie, "Build it and they will come." Obviously, there are a lot of classrooms involved in this, locker space, showers, restrooms, kitchens, so forth and so on. And as was stated before, they do not have to explain to anybody, what they plan on doing with all of that space in the years to come. We can only imagine, and it's going to be significant. The impact will be very great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions, so thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Oppegard, and I am the lesser half of this duo. We've been visiting friends for many years. My wife was born in Anchorage, and I've been here since the early 70s, and we go up to Rabbit Creek regularly. The biggest concern I have is that a small neighborhood church is welcome in every neighborhood, but how we can take 4 lots and then take 700 people and put on those 4 lots. I don't know about you, but I haven't had 175 people using my bathrooms and kitchen lately. That has a tremendous impact. The idea of doubling the number of people in the near future, at what point in time are we going to stop doubling? There have been great efforts made by this commission and commissions prior to you who laid out plenty of space in our community of Anchorage for large commercial-like activity. The church does wonderful work, and I don't think they would do any less work or any less good being in a more appropriate location. Half of their people, what was said here tonight, live in the Midtown area. Certainly, I think the greater part of the membership of the church would be best served in an area where the infrastructure is better suited for that kind of activity and safer for their parishioners. Thank you very much for listening.
Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. The next person, please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Tammy Doman. I'll try to make this short and sweet. I'm sure you guys are tired. But I am a stay-at-home mom. I live on 3509 Shandy Court. I homeschool my son. So I'm totally for the youth advocacy that they do and the worship. I'm not against that. I totally get that. I pulled my son out of public school for those certain reasons. But the problem is I'm so concerned about the well and the traffic also. I have to choose when to do my dishes. I have no dishwasher. I wash my dishes by hand. I have to choose when to do my laundry. I cannot water my lawn. I cannot wash my truck. I have to go to a car wash because our well goes dry. That's my biggest concern. My next concern is traffic. And as everybody else has said, there is no way, somebody is not telling the truth about the traffic. When it's Sundays, I either go at between 9:30 or 10 o'clock to do my grocery shopping, or at 1 o'clock, or I'm stuck on Snowshoe Lane trying to get out onto Rabbit Creek Road. And today, between 2 and 2:30, the traffic was so impacted just from the school buses coming down the hill that the time I had to wait to turn onto Snowshoe Lane, by the time the buses, there was about 4 or 6 school buses that went by, the traffic was already backed up past Pardon Marsh, waiting on me to turn into Snowshoe Lane. So that's a big concern. I'm really concerned about safety. My good friends, the Godfelty, have 3 little children that my son watch, and I'm concerned all the time for them going to the school bus. When my son went to public school, I waited there until my son got on the bus because I was so concerned about the traffic issues. So I'm not against the church as far as their worship, the size they are now. I'm just concerned about a mega church, a Jerry Prevost church. And thank you for listening to me, and thank you for taking time. I know it's very late. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions. Would the next person please come forward?
Hi. My name is John Bush, member at the Rabbit Creek Community Church, and I live up on Potter Valley, so Rabbit Creek's the closest option for me to attend a church. I did take a couple notes. I guess I just wanted to throw a few things out. I guess this growth is kind of inevitable. We're all going to grow as a community on the hillside, and developers are going to continue to build more homes up there. So, do we stop, any future growth of the church? Is that a condition, of maybe the road needs to be built to 2 lanes, or maybe you need to bring water through? Does nothing get developed until that point? Something to kind of think about, because I don't think we're stopping any other permit holders from building there. Pollution, as far as a carbon footprint, we could relocate the church to another venue. I'd actually have to drive farther, and I know a bunch of other members would too. So, I guess the carbon footprint could be argued either way there. As far as the building safety department, I think there's a lot of things in the current set of plans that still probably get vetted out. It's a really strong organization. They go through a lot of checks and balances, so I don't think we should undermine all of those steps that every construction project would have to go through. I think water use won't be, we won't see the water use grow on a linear scale to the growth of the church. A lot of people are in and out. You don't actually even use water facilities. It's not like you're, in a home showering, doing dishwasher all the time. So I don't think that water consumption per person would be anywhat similar to a home. I think replacement for the water, if it does become an issue with this project, I do think that the church shouldn't be running from the community and their development. So if the project actually did go forward, as a member, I would never want to see any of these members in the community actually have a dry well. I think running from that issue is a real problem, and I think it should be addressed. So if the well goes in, people run up or run dry, I think that's a real problem, and they should probably be held to, dealing with whatever issues come forth with that. I know there's a lot of engineering solutions to those kind of problems, and I think the church has a pretty good design team to accomplish solutions for those problems. Additional water storage within the church to prevent peak demand could be another thing, that they could look at. I know they have a 4,000 plus gallon fire sprinkler tank, but that doesn't necessarily going to be for domestic water, so you could have additional domestic storage. Could be another engineering solution. There's a lot of options to take care of those problems. And then I heard the TV screens thing. That seems like a pretty simple one. It's the first time I heard the complaint, but I think as a member, we're all going to shut the TVs off. So, and then the septic issues, there's a couple other ones there. It's actually a net zero impact because it's pumped out, so the church doesn't contribute any septic waste to the property. And so as far as, they were concerned about the spill issues with the septic tank, I don't think that's as big of a deal because it's got a float switch on it, so it shuts off the water in the church, so it can't continue to supply the problem, critical leak.
Okay, the light's red. Thank you.
You bet.
All right, would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Chuck Brady. Live in the Ocean View area. My wife and I moved there just about a week before Thanksgiving. We used to live in Jewel Lake. We are members of Rabbit Creek Community Church. We have lived in Dallas for almost we lived in Anchorage for almost 5 years. We moved here from Dallas. This is not a mega church, not by any stretch of the imagination. If you want to know what a mega church is, I can send you down to Dallas and show you several. This is a small church. This is not a huge undertaking. What Rabbit Creek Community Church wants to do is well within the established law. The parameters are already set. We have accommodated all of the concerns. We've addressed all the concerns that the neighbors have had more than once. We've scaled back the plans, and there doesn't seem to be anything that I've heard tonight in the way of credible testimony that would cause me concern if I was not a member and looking at it from the outside. The problem is that the church does exist. The church is there legally. The church has a right to be there. We have a right to worship. We do have a First Amendment right of freedom of religion. We are doing everything we can to be good neighbors. I think we're doing a pretty good job. I've seen the traffic on Rabbit Creek. I have had to wait for traffic to get past me. They go by pretty fast. I don't see them turning into our church parking lot. I've never had trouble getting out of the parking lot. Again, if you want to see traffic at a mega church, I'll send you to a couple places down in Dallas. But the bottom line is that we are doing everything that the law allows. We are taking precautions that we think are reasonable and necessary. We're not doing anything beyond that. And I think this project should be approved. Thank you very much.
I don't see any questions in the queue, so thank you very much. You're next.
My name's Keith Reed. I live at 3240 East 151st Avenue. I'm within that 500-foot radius of the church. As you can see, it's been a pretty emotional issue between the church people and the community people. When I heard that they were trying to block the church, I called the church and asked them if I could get together with them to find out what they were doing. The concerns that I had were the water, which everybody seems to be concerned with, the septic, because I'm kind of downhill from them, and then as far as the traffic goes. So I met, they seemed real friendly. I met with Dane and I think the pastor and their engineers, and the septic ended up being kind of a non-issue. They pump it, they have an alarm, and you could probably ask Dane for sure how it shuts off. It's got a shut off, and it's got an alarm, and part of it shuts off the pump so they can't even put any more water into the building. So the overflowing, that issue went away for me. I was worried about the groundwater because I'm downstream from it, and there is groundwater issues. The well, come to find out there was already 3 wells on the property, and I kind of have to believe what their guys have said, the Munter guys, that they did the pump down. Now, I don't know about the other neighbors with it going dry. That part, that's the first I've heard of that tonight. But as far as the pump down and the idea that there could already be 3 other houses on there draining water from that same aquifer, and they're only going to be draining it from one pump. And then the traffic, I think that became a non-issue when you really looked at all they're going to be doing is mostly Sunday morning and then evening and afternoon. As long as they are not allowed to put the school in, which the other residents were worried about, and that they would have to come back, which I think in your comments requirements it said they would have to come back if they were going to try and change the type of occupancy they had there. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing and hearing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Are you the last one? I don't know. All right. State your name, please.
My name is Jerome George. I live within 660 feet of the well at the church. My well didn't go dry. I haven't had any problems with the drawdown. I'm a professional engineer, 36 years with the Department of Transportation as Chief of Engineering and Operations. I met with the Traffic Department people today. They don't see an issue on Sunday, neither do I. It takes me 8.5 minutes to get off of Loch Lomond onto Rabbit Creek during the week, but I have no such problem on the weekend. There is a traffic problem during the week, but there isn't a traffic problem on Sunday or Saturdays on Rabbit Creek Road in the vicinity of the church. Why am I here? Because I've seen my neighborhood torn apart by this. I'm the only professional engineer that's registered in Alaska that's willing to stand up and be questioned by you. I don't have a PhD, but I did my master's work in groundwater hydrology, so I'm willing to answer questions as an Alaskan on that issue. The problems I've heard tonight are all problems that can be solved during the design phase of the project. For example, you're looking about peak loads at the church. That's easily solved by a surge tank. Every home on a well has a surge tank. Usually they're about 30 gallons. This might have to be 300 gallons, it might have to be 1,000 gallons. But those are the things that are solved during the design phase of the project. There's no problem that I've heard tonight that can't be solved during the design phase of the project. So let the process work. When they come in with the plans, actual plans for the church, there is a process by which those get approved, and that these problems have to be solved before they get a building permit. That's the place for these problems to get solved. The other issue is, I did the calculations on the impact. I have a horse barn right next to my house. The impact of those horses on the aquifer are orders of magnitude higher than this church has on their neighbors. And yet, the hypocrisy is, you're going to get on the church's back about this, but the municipality does nothing about the urine from those horses, the defecation from those horses, the amount of water that those horses use, and the amount of water that those facilities use. That is not addressed. So if the horses are okay, the church ought to be okay.
So thank you for your testimony. We do have some questions. Ms. Dean.
Through the chair, could you tell us a little bit more about surge tanks and how they work if you're on a well?
Well, any home that's on a well has a surge tank and a pressure tank. And it's I don't know of a single well that doesn't have one in a home. They're usually fairly small, but the church would require a larger one, and that's up for the mechanical engineer that's designing the church to size that tank appropriately. So he will look at the well capacity, the time of day that is best to fill that tank. He will look at the surge that will occur on Sunday morning, and that's the appropriate time for those calculations to be made, and it's all part of the building permit process.
Thank you.
Commissioner Phelps?
I'd like to talk about the traffic aspects of this, and you have a background in transportation planning, transportation engineering. My take on the situation is it's non-peak, Saturday, Sunday, very specific, 3 to 4 hours. My sense would be the queue might be 2 or 3 cars long getting out of the church. So what's your take on it?
I've lived there for over 40 years. I lived there when Rabbit Creek Road was a dirt road. I don't see any impact from the church in the study that DOT did, and their report is part of the package that was delivered to you, I understand. The traffic engineers did the calculations, looked at the actual traffic data on the road. They had put the little hoses across the road. They know how many cars go at any given time, and the traffic engineers said that this would have no impact based on the plans that have been submitted. They did put the caveat there that if it was to be turned into a school during the week, then they would like to revisit that. So, but as far as what the professionals in traffic engineering said, there is no impact of the plan that's been submitted to you on the traffic, specifically on Saturdays or Sundays. And I live right there. I have to cross 2 lanes of traffic on like Snowshoe, only 1 lane of traffic. I know what it's like. I have to wait 8.5 minutes in the morning to get out, but not on Saturday or Sunday.
So just to say it again, that when you're let's make believe you're leaving the church, and you're leaving the church at 10 o'clock in the morning, and basically you're experiencing or would not experience any particular turning problems then. That's what I'm getting.
I'm not a member of the church. I don't attend the church. I have no affiliation with them. I just live in the neighborhood, but I've never seen a queue of cars either in the parking lot or on Rabbit Creek Road trying to enter the church, or any traffic congestion leaving the church.
Can you tell me what the sight distance is?
I don't believe there is a sight distance problem. I think it's very, very good sight distance both up and down the hill.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wilson?
I'll ask you a question outside of your expertise, perhaps, but we've heard a testimony about wells going dry in the neighborhood. Yours did not. How should the commission address that?
I think you should listen to the professionals here in Anchorage. You have, within the municipality, you have a competent set of engineers that can look at that issue. I have not specifically looked at the well logs or the drawdown tests or anything else, and so I can't testify on that because I haven't, actually looked at those reports. But the municipality has a water, department that looks at these issues, and they have looked at the 2 reports that were done by the church and said that they passed muster. So I have to rely on that check and balance to the system that those things have been looked at. When we built the Rabbit Creek Interchange, for example, we had the same kind of issues of wells supposedly going dry caused by the road construction. Some of the same people that have testified for the church helped solve that problem. So I would rely on their testimony. These are people that I have found quite reliable and have retained these people when I was with DOT to solve these very issues. So I have great faith in them.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Could you spell your last name for us, please?
George, George.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to testify tonight? We have, I think, approximately 3.5 minutes for rebuttal.
We have to look at the church operating at maximum capacity, not just on Sundays. They've made clear intention that they're going to use this as a multifunctional facility, operating all times, 5 days a week, maybe even 7 days a week. And you can't just restrict it to Sunday because they won't do so. Let's also talk about this sprinkler system. They don't have one in the existing building. That's a problem. But yet they want to use a 4,000-gallon holding tank for the second building. What if that's not enough? What if it goes dry, or 4,000 gallons isn't enough to extinguish a fire? What if the aquifer is not pumping enough water to put it back into the holding tank for the sprinkler system to operate, and people die? It's not a study that's been done, and it's a big concern, because I don't want people to die if there's a fire. I'm going to pass my time off to Dr. Henson.
Excuse me one moment, please. If you could state your name into the microphone for the record. We know who you are, but if you could state it.
I'd be happy to. Thank you. Leanne Bauer. I think we're all tired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I'm Dr. Ron Christensen. First, there's a difference between rush hour traffic. We all know this, that there is a difference between rush hour traffic and average traffic. And the same is true with water use. There's a vast difference between peak water use and average water use. Using the church's own numbers and their own projections, peak Sunday water use is the equivalent of a maximum or a minimum of, and this is a minimum of 11 families without any outdoor use. So on Sunday, we're going to have the equivalent 11 families or more using that well facility and those water facilities. Now, so what do you do when your well goes dry? Do you get it back Monday? Do you get it back Tuesday? What do you do when your well goes dry? You cannot ignore actual experience. Wells have gone dry. There is something wrong. I have done my best to identify what that is, and I believe I have. It is my firm opinion that there will be a serious water problem if this is approved. Thank you.
Just 1 minute, please. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. So the public hearing is now closed. Do we have something from staff?
Madam Chair, I'd like to address a question that Ms. Dean asked earlier in the of staff. This was not part of the site plan review because this is generally covered in the building permit process. However, the new addition is going to be required to be sprinklered. As a result, there will be a 10,000-gallon holding tank in reserve for that water, for that sprinkler system. As a result of that, we believe that the Commission should add a Condition 13 to the packet that includes that that since it would take approximately, based on 4 gallons per minute at a 10,000-gallon water tank, it would take approximately little less than 2 days to fill it up if it had to be flushed, that the Commission require that the initial filling of the tank is to be filled by an outside water truck, and that any flushing that occurs will be by an outside water truck. The tank will be replenished by an outside water truck, which would mean that the pump would be turned off at that time so that the well does not replenish the tank, but the pump would have to be on in case there is a fire, and the tank had to be replenished for the sprinklers. In addition, I wanted to talk about the parking calculation. The parking calculation, the church does not have fixed seating, and this is the reason for the calculation that we used based on 7 square feet per person, or 15 square feet for the stage area. That's all.
Thank you very much. This gives me pause for concern that does staff now have issues regarding the water supply as a result of this condition 13?
No, Madam Chair. It's a matter of considering the community's concern over the sprinkler system and the use of the water. It's best that the church just bring water from off-site so that they don't potentially have an impact because of the concern. I don't think that staff necessarily has a concern, but we wanted to provide that guidance to the commission.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Phelps.
Yeah, I want to go back to essentially our authorities and powers here. And my understanding of the situation is that we're really trying to deal with is the requirements in our 2145-235 for churches inside a particular residential zone. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's true.
Okay. So the part that is of concern to me is site plan G1, and you go down through that first paragraph where it says contents, and then you go to the end sentence and it says greater than anticipated from permitted residential development. So my understanding of the situation is that in an R6 zone in this area you could get 4 lots, okay? And my understanding from what staff is saying is that those 4 lots would produce impacts that would be substantially the same as that produced or expected to be produced by the church. Is that generally correct?
Through the chair, yes.
There was a comment made, I think it was by the gentleman, a hydrologist, that in fact when the church was in session it would be equivalent to 11 families having a water supply requirement. What's your sense on that?
Through the chair, we're not sure where that comment comes from the hydrologist.
Okay. So my sense is that we have an ability to resolve issues here, and I think there's a number of ways of doing it. And what I'm concerned about, again, is that it says greater, cannot be greater than anticipated in the residential area. And so it really is your opinion that the type of impacts here are substantially the same.
Through the chair, yes it is. Churches are permitted principal use in the zoning district.
If I could follow up with that with a question. When was this code written allowing churches in an R6 zone? 1982, 1984? When was that? It would be the Title 21, the code.
Madam Chair, I did not research all the way back of when churches were allowed to be in residential zoning districts. However,
a very long
the
time
first
ago.
ordinance under the 2145-235 indicates 1986.
Okay.
But I did not read the ordinance, Madam Chair, so I can't state exactly when.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Phelps.
Yeah, just in terms of past knowledge, it's been permitted inside R6 zones for many, many, many years.
Well, that's sort of my point, or my comment that I want to make is institutions and activities have changed, I think, considerably as to what functions as a church in a community. They are no longer a house of, just simply a house of worship, but they now have a lot of what I might call commercial activities almost associated with them in a nonprofit capacity. Schools, cafeterias, and a lot of other auxiliary activities. That's not to take away or in any way diminish their activities, but simply that the concept itself has changed since churches were allowed in, or are allowed in the R6 zone. And I think we need to take that into consideration. I want to thank everyone, before we enter into more discussions, I want to thank everyone who came out tonight. I understand it's sort of cold and snowy out there. I appreciate your commitment, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on, to your community and your testimony tonight. So I thank you for that very much. Commissioner Phelps.
It's time to make a motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I move in the case of 2012-028, the community appeal from the Community Development Department Administrative Site Plan Review for the Rabbit Creek Community Church, case 2011-144. I move for the approval subject to the conditions that are identified on pages 13, 14, and 15 with certain changes. On 4, I would add another bullet that says ingress-egress during peak periods shall be reviewed by the traffic engineer to ensure adequate safety and access. And also on 7, at the end of that paragraph, I would add the wording, current vegetation shall be retained as indicated on the site plan. On number 9, I would add to that no use of LED lighting between the hours of 8 p.m. and 7 a.m. On 10, I would change the wording of this to be, on the second sentence, it would now read, a child care facility or a school is not permitted at this location unless an amendment to this site plan is secured from the Planning and Zoning Commission. And then it continues as it is right now. Then I would add a 13 that says the initial filling of the, I'll call it a retention tank, maybe that's the wrong word for it, or detention tank, shall be by an outside water source, and all flushing shall be accomplished using an outside water source. If I've got the wording wrong in the last one, I'd be willing to have a correction on that.
Ms. Dean, are you supporting those?
Yes.
Okay, with the changes?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is there some discussion? Commissioner Parks?
I would like to speak to this motion. This is one of those things that's very difficult because I somewhat have a feeling about this because I'm on a well and I'm on an R6 lot and I have a church that's adjacent to me. However, after reading the appellate piece and looking at our current regulations, it's certainly available to do that on this property. And I think that I will be supporting this motion. However, I would encourage both parties to try to work out a way that you can take the concerns of the public and make it work. And I think that's something as a community we need to do. We certainly can't answer every question at the commission. But I think that we need to work together, and I think you do have a great service, and I do feel for the people who have wells that they're concerned about their wells going dry. However, I also know that water changes over time. Communities grow. So I will be supporting this.
Commissioner Mulcahy?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, will be supporting this. As Commissioner Parker said, I'm R6 on a well, on a septic. I don't have a church next to me, but they recently, since I moved to that property, there was a large development in our area that also was on wells and septic. And I understand my wells I had periods when my well's gone dry, but I have the cistern, so I have my surge tank, so things work. So I think the point is, yeah, there were some very good points brought out tonight, but I concur with one of our final speakers there, Mr. George, that the remaining issues can be worked out when we get into the design phase. I just think that the community needs to work together with the church, and I think we can find a agreeable solution. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, can I mention something? Yes. One of the reasons I have supported this, well, maybe backtrack and say that I think the community is very concerned, and obviously there needs to be additional work, particularly in terms of the water supply area, to deal with some of the conditions or interests that have been brought up. At the same time, as I understand that particular concern, I think we have to understand what our duties and responsibilities really are here. If you look at what we're supposed to be doing, we're supposed to be applying the zoning, the comprehensive plan, and Title 21. That's our job, especially inside administrative site plan review. It's not as discretionary as a rezoning. It is very specific, and I'll have to do findings of fact, but I am convinced that all of the concerns that are identified inside code are adequately dealt with, or will be adequately dealt with once there's additional research done.
Thank you. Are there other comments from the Commission or findings? We'll have findings after we vote, before we vote. Well, I have a comment to make. As many of you know, I'm a residential land developer, and I learned a lot about wells and aquifers some 25 years ago. And one of the things that I learned was the establishment, even though over my strong objections, was a well reserve fund for those community members that had serious objection to the development. And I think that that's a good solution. I think we have to, I agree with you, Commissioner Phelps, that we have to look at what we're charged to do. But, you know, our powers are somewhat broad, and I do have to listen to those individuals that are immediately impacted or believe that they are impacted by this rather large facility that I don't think, when our code was written to allow churches in a residential zone some 20 or 30 some years ago, that the concept of the church and the activities of the church, I think has changed significantly, as so many of our institutions have changed over the years. I'm not sure that, I would like this to be voluntary in some way. So I guess through staff, I'm wondering if the Rabbit Creek Community Church would consider a $50,000 well-reserved fund for the neighbors to be administered by an independent body for some future, and obviously there would have to be an appropriate monitoring system and that sort of thing set up so that wells were adequately serviced, and it was clearly as a result of this additional usage. Now, I don't know if that's legal or not, Mr. Phelps, but that's my request.
Well, frankly, I don't have any particular background in that area, so you may be right. I just don't really know. But one thing that was occurring to me is that, I guess we're a little bit in discussion right now, but what's occurring to me is that perhaps we need to have the applicant's hydrologist deal in more depth with some of the issues that were raised this evening and provide a report back to the Planning and Zoning Commission that dealt with those issues. I'm still a little bit concerned about, I understand the expertise of the individuals involved, but there was a number of issues raised that it would be useful if we received a report from the hydrologist that dealt with those issues and how they're going to deal with it specifically inside the engineering of the system.
I think we've been inundated with a lot of reports, and I think there was a response from Dr. Christensen's report that was laid on the table that we were asked to disregard. So I'm sort of hesitant to postpone. This issue has been going on for 8 years.
No, I'm not asking to postpone it. I'm asking that when they do when they're going through the engineering analysis, that they provide a report back to us that substantiates their position on this and how they're designing the system to deal with some of these issues. So it's a report back to us. It's not a contingency of this decision. It's a report back to us.
I don't have any objection to that. I'm still interested in a well-reserved fund. I don't know if I have any support for a well-reserved fund.
I'll support it.
$50,000 isn't enough. They're going to steal our water.
No. We cannot have these comments from the audience at this particular point in time. These are deliberations within the commission. Well, I have no support for that concept or idea. I have no volunteers.
Please. Yeah, please.
Well, since there's no volunteer, we have a motion before the commission, so we're going to need to use our machines. There are 5 votes, and so this has passed. So, do we have any additional findings of fact?
Yes, we need to go through that.
Yes.
Yeah. On this particular case, I find that this particular proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan, with the zoning of the area, and specifically with the requirements of AMC 235. Excuse me while I turn pages here. The requirements in 235 are identified on pages 6, 7, and 8, and more specifically they deal with lot area, maximum height, lot coverage, yard requirements, traffic access, and site plan. All of those conditions have been adequately dealt with. Further, and the analysis provided by staff provides backup in terms of whether those conditions have actually been met. Most are very straightforward. The issues on the appeal points also need to be addressed, and the appeal point 1 is that the site plan review does not consider traffic circulation and safety as set forth in 235. And what we have heard is that there have been evaluations of the adequacy of ingress and egress of that location during peak periods, and both the municipal engineer and the Alaska Department of Transportation found that the existing infrastructure is sufficient. In terms of the appeal point number 2, adequacy of facilities, and particularly in terms of water supply, while there's been mixed analysis and mixed results on this particular issue, we have found this evening that the preponderance of the information indicates that this particular project will not create impacts substantially greater for that from other types of development that would otherwise be allowed in this zone. In terms of Appeal Point 3, does not adequately consider noise, air, water, and other forms of environmental pollution. We have found this evening that there is very little air quality impacts. The noise impacts are probably stipulated or constrained to that one period of time during a Sunday. Then the Appeal Point 4, those are a number of issues that were raised in terms of the policies of the comprehensive plan, and rather than go through them item by item, what I would do is reference the department response in each of those cases. Appeal 5 is that condition that the upgrades to the existing parking lot and other impervious surfaces creates undue impacts that result in drainage problems. What we have found is that, in fact, a drainage plan, which is a normal requirement of development, will be required here and will deal with this condition adequately. Finally, traffic location and driveway location. The driveways are not to be located on Snowshoe Lane. Instead, they'll be located on Rabbit Creek Road. And we've heard again from both the traffic engineer and ADOT-PF that there's an adequacy of ingress and egress. Appeal Point 7, the church failed to provide a topo map. In fact, they have, and in addition, we found that the height of that particular structure is consistent with the zoning requirements for that particular area. And finally, in terms of Appeal Point 8, that the policy encourages low-density residential development. What we have found is that churches are identified as a permitted principal use in this district.
Thank you, Commissioner Phelps. Are there any other findings of fact that wish to be stated for the record? Okay. Thank you all very much. All right, moving on. We need to decide whether or not it's 11 a.m. or 11 p.m., whether or not we want to proceed with the other three remaining cases. We cannot have public testimony beyond 11. We can extend public testimony to 11:30 p.m., but no later than that. So what is the wish of the commission?
I think we ought to move forward.
Move forward? All right, we are moving forward.
I'd like to take about a 5-minute break now.
Okay, 5 minutes. All right, the Planning and Zoning Commission of March 5th, 2012 is back in session. We're dealing with case 2010-060. Phoenix 4H LLC is the petitioner. May we have the report from staff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On February 14, 2012, 77 public hearing notices were mailed. No responses have been received by the department. This is a request for a conditional use for an off-street parking facility in the R4 zoning district. The middle and west 50 feet of Lot 3, fronting 27th Avenue, have been in use for many years as a parking lot to support the building on Lot 16, fronting Northern Lights. The previous owners obtained a similar conditional use for an off-street parking facility in 1998. That 1998 conditional use expired in December of 1999, 18 months after approval, because all of the conditions of approval were not met. In 2010, the petitioner initiated a new conditional use application, case number 2010-60. During discussions with the planning department regarding the conditional use, it became apparent there were several issues of the subject property that were non-conforming. On June 7, 2010, the Commission held a hearing and stayed the case pending resolution of those nonconformities. In November of 2010, the Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals held a hearing to address those zoning nonconformities, and the petitioner received a variance for fence height in the front yard setback adjacent to 27th Avenue. Additionally, as part of that application, variance for landscaping width and parking stall width was denied. This particular case is being brought forward as a result of that variance case. The petitioner has addressed all the zoning concerns and amended the site plan to address that. Currently, there is a medical clinic on Lot 16 that is approximately 5,400 gross square feet, and there are 16 existing parking spaces located on that same lot. The code requires 22 parking spaces, meaning that the petitioner is 6 spaces short of what is needed based on the 5,400 square foot building. The owner's plan indicates 23 additional spaces on the 2 lots. This plan allows for the owner to meet the minimum landscaping, snow disposal, and turning maneuvering requirements on site. There are 2 sections of code applicable in this particular case. AMC 2150-020, General Standards for Conditional Use. I'll address each code separately. General Standards 2150-020, staff finds that these standards are generally met. The land use policy map indicates that this property is in a major employment center and redevelopment mixed-use areas. Major employment centers are identified as the most intensely developed areas in the municipality with the highest concentration of employment, with supporting retail and commercial uses. The redevelopment mixed-use area is identified near major employment centers with medium to high residential density. The property is bounded by single-family, multifamily apartments and another parking lot, all zoned R4. These 2 subject lots have been in use as parking lots for over 2 decades. Compatibility does not seem to be an issue. The department has not received any complaints about the parking. The building and parking lot configuration reflect what has existed for over 20 years. The formal paving, striping, and landscaping requirements are for code compliance. Traffic access is limited to Northern Lights Boulevard. The existing pedestrian connection from the parking area to the clinic building is sufficient, and a pedestrian access to 27th Avenue is not advisable due to safety concerns, as was addressed by the Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals in November 2010. The second applicable code section is AMC 2150-100, off-street parking conditional use standards, and I'll address those standards individually. Minimum lot size. The minimum lot size in the district is, or for parking facilities, is 10,000 square feet with a minimum lot width of 80 feet. Staff finds that this standard is met. The lot is 14,500 square feet in area with a width of 100 feet. The department is not requiring a replat of these 2 lots at this time, as both lots are under common ownership and have been registered as non-conforming lots. Yard requirements. Staff finds that this standard is met when no above-grade structure is involved. Yard setbacks are determined by the landscaping requirement. Maximum height of structures. This requirement is not applicable. This is a service parking lot and no structure is planned. Landscaping. Buffer landscaping in accordance with AMC 2145-125C2 shall be planted adjacent to all residential districts. This standard is met. A revised landscape plan has been submitted by the petitioner, meeting the buffer landscaping requirements. Petitioner has proposed installing the landscaping in accordance with that landscape plan in the spring of 2012. Paving, drainage, and parking stall size. The off-street parking area and all ingress and egress points shall be paved. Parking spaces shall be at least 8 feet by 20 feet in size and shall be marked. If the site plan indicates that drainage will be carried off-site, the plan will be subject to approval by the private development section. Staff finds these standards to be met. All parking ingress and egress are paved. All parking spaces are striped. When weather permits, paving and size of parking spaces, 8 by 20, will be verified. Drainage is directed into the municipal system and will be reviewed by project management and engineering. That being said, the department sees that all standards are met and recommends approval of the proposed conditional use for an off-street parking facility to be located on the middle 50 and west 50 feet of Lot 3, Block 3, Sunbeam subdivision, subject to the conditions 1 through 6 listed on page 10 of your staff packet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitfield. Ms. Dean, did you have a question?
Yes, I just had one through the chair. My one question is, these two lots will definitely not have access to 27th, correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Dean, yes, that was a concern that was brought up at the zoning board hearing. They were concerned about transient activity from 27th. I believe one of the zoning board members actually grew up in the neighborhood and could verify that it is kind of a it's an issue there. And so he as well as the rest of the board basically made the point that they didn't think that pedestrian access to 27th was needed at this time.
Thank you. Did you have any follow-up? All right. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Seeing no one in the queue, do we have a petitioner's representative here?
Madam Chair, members, my name is Pete Deemer. It's my pleasure to represent the petitioner, Phoenix 4-H LLC, in this case, and its principal member, Dr. Jason Herman. The staff summary is accurate and succinct, and I have very little to add. The one point that I would direct your attention to was there was one comment, I believe, by Non-Motorized Transportation Committee, page 65 of the staff report, which there was some concern regarding additional sidewalking into the parking area, citing that the turnaround width or traffic lane of the parking area was 46 feet and could handle additional sidewalks. Our concern with that comment, I think that's an aspirational goal for new construction. We have an existing condition that we are trying to remedy, is that we have solid waste services. The dumpster has to be located in the rear of the commercial building, and solid waste services has to bring their vehicle into that parking lot, and they do use the full 46 feet to turn their vehicle around, service the refuse, and then exit back on Northern Lights, which is an issue that we have worked out with solid waste services and the department. So other than that, I'd reserve my time if I need to, and welcome any question.
All right. Are there any questions from the petitioner's representative? I have to open the public hearing. Persons who wish to testify will follow the time limits established in the Commission Rules of Procedure. Petitioners have 10 minutes, representatives 5, individuals 3. When your testimony is finished, you may be asked questions. You only may testify once. You have appeal rights, and they must be filed with the clerk's office within 20 days after the Planning and Zoning Commission's final decision. Any individual may request written findings from any commission decision within 7 days. Is there anyone here who would wish to testify? Seeing and hearing no one, you have 8 minutes and 45 seconds for a rebuttal. Is there anything in addition the petitioner's representative would like to say?
I don't think we have anything further. This has been a long time coming. We've worked out all of these issues. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to respond.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Parks?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like a motion to approve in case number 2010060, conditional use for off-street parking in the R4 multifamily district. The parking structure is a surface lot with 23 proposed parking stalls. I would like to make a motion that we approve with the terms and conditions on page 8 of the package.
And that motion was seconded by Ms. Dean. I'm not going to ask you to repeat your motion, but I do need to state that the public hearing was closed. So is there any objection to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, that motion is approved. I just want to make one comment. Thank you for the work that you've done with staff to bring this back to this case back to a satisfactory resolution. Thank you very much. Moving on to case. I do. Mr. Parks, would you like to give some findings?
Certainly would, ma'am. Findings during this case is that the general standards conditions under AMC 21-.50.020, they further the goal of the comprehensive plan. It also conforms to the standards for all the use in the title and regulations of that plan. Will be compatible with the existing and planned land use in the surrounding neighborhoods. Will not have a permanent negative impact on any items listed below on page 7 and 8. The off-street parking conditional use standards have been met under 21-50.100, minimum lot size, yard requirements, the maximum height of the structure, which is not applicable in this case, landscaping, paving, and drainage.
Thank you very much. Now, we'll move on to case 2012-021, the Alaska Mental Health Trust Land Office, a rezoning to ROSL Residential Office District with special limitations. May we have the report from staff, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you mentioned, this is a rezone for Tract C2, Providence Chester Creek subdivision. They're rezoning from PLI to the ROSL. The one proposed special limitation was to have a non-public hearing site plan review. It's a 45 that was a SL proposed by the petitioner. The site contains 4.5 acres. It's located on the north side of East 40th and the east side of Laurel Street. Both streets are constructed to municipal standards and are classed as a Class 1 collector on the official streets and highways plan. The area immediately surrounding the petition site is a mix of medical and institutional uses. Property to the west is zone B3SL, and there's a medical office building that has been constructed. Property to the north and east is zone PLI. McLaughlin and Alaska Psychiatric Hospital are located to the north and east. And property to the south is zoned ROSL. It's the site of the surgery center and medical offices. The petition site is somewhat irregularly shaped. It's dominated by a hill that rises to 204 feet above the approximate 150-foot elevation of the constructed 40th Avenue right-of-way. In October of 2010, the Commission did approve a conditional use for a natural resource extraction. This natural resource extraction is intended to prepare the site for future development, and it will be, if I understand correctly, it will be reduced to the level of approximately 40th Avenue elevation. The rezone petition does conform to Anchorage 2020, specifically policies 4, 5, 7, 20, and 23, and they're outlined in the packet. The rezone does conform to the UMED plan. The UMED plan was amended in 2009, and the site is now identified as a development priority. Before that, it was a development reserve. The change in status of this property is directly related to the constructed roadways that adjoin the property. Anchorage 2020 does identify this as a major employment center, a mixed-use redevelopment area, and it's adjacent to major transit corridor, namely Lake Otis Parkway. The proposed medical office use that will ultimately be developed on the site is compatible with the adjoining uses. The petition site is not impacted by streams or wetlands. However, the terrain will change significantly as a result of the natural resource extraction. The process and the eventual restoration of the site is governed by all the conditions of the conditional use that were placed on that natural resource extraction. The extraction is subject to an approved drainage plan, erosion and sediment control plan, submission of soils data to define groundwater hydrology, a stormwater pollution prevention plan, and a final closeout inspection by staff from community development as well as Health and Human Services to verify the restoration and the landscaping that is placed on the new site. The rezone petition is in keeping with the surrounding medical, educational, and institutional uses. The site is served by dedicated and constructed rights-of-way. Public services are generally available in terms of water, telephone, electric, cable. Sanitary sewer is not at this time available to the site, but they will have to enter into an agreement with AWWU to provide sanitary sewer services for development of the site. It's served by public transportation. The closest bus stop is located on Providence Drive, midway between Lake Otis Parkway and Laurel Street. The Providence Hospital is sort of like a endpoint for a number of bus routes that were identified in the staff report. If approved, the rezone will remove 4.5 acres from the PLI district, which is a rather negligible impact when there is an approximately 920 acres of PLI zoned land in the surrounding area. Development would occur after the natural resource extraction is completed. That conditional use approval expires December 1st of this year. So possibly the development of the medical offices would start in 2013. It does meet the goals of the Anchorage 2020. The proposed development of the medical complex will provide employment opportunities, which is in conformance with the goal of Anchorage 2020 of achieving employment densities of 50 to 75 employees per acre. The department does recommend approval of the rezone petition. It is subject to a special condition on page 15 that has a number of sub-items A through F that address the design standards that should be taken into account when developing plans for the ultimate development of the property. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much. We're now opening the public hearing. Persons who wish to testify will follow the time limits established in the Commission Rules of Procedure. Petitioners, including his or her representatives, have 10 minutes. Part of this time may be reserved for rebuttal. Representatives of groups, 5 minutes. Individuals, 3 minutes. You may be asked questions by the Commission. You may only testify once. An individual may have appeal rights relating to any action. Appeals must be filed with the clerk's office within 20 days. Any individual may request written findings from any Commission decision within 7 days. Welcome, Mr. Sawhill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members of the Commission, my name is Jim Sawhill. I'm with Lounsbury & Associates here tonight representing the Trust Land Office. I don't have anything more to add. I think staff has gone through the case. We support their findings, and we have no objection to the staff recommendations as written, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of petitioner's representative? Commissioner Mulcahy.
I'm not sure who the question's for, but just wanted to get the status of 40th Avenue as it goes by this parcel.
40th Avenue is basically constructed, and it's open for public travel. I do believe there's some finish work that the contractor has to do. It's actually Mr. Pruse's company that is working on 40th Avenue, and I think they have some landscaping to finish.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson?
Did we lose a hill out of this deal?
Yeah.
We are losing a hill out of this deal. We've cleared it, and we couldn't quite get in there and get the excavation done last year due to some coordination issues with PM&E on 40th Avenue.
Was it good stuff?
No, it's not good stuff.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay. Do you have any rebuttal? No?
No, I don't.
All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing. The matter now rests with the Board and Commission. Ask for a motion to approve. Ms. Dean.
Madam Chair, in the matter of 2012-021, I move to approve the rezone from PLI to RO.
Okay, and that's seconded by Mr. Mulcahy. With the limitations?
Yes, with those, with the department recommendations on page 15 and 16.
All right, thank you very much. Would you like to speak to your motion and provide findings?
Yes, I am going to go ahead and say that the findings that the city has done, referencing policy 457-2023, all reflect on this as being a great project. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to the motion or provide findings? Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, that motion is approved. Thank you very much. Moving on to case number 2012-022, Blue Sky International, Inc., rezoning to B3SL. May I hear from staff, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a request to rezone approximately 0.6 acres from B1A to B3 for Coleman Subdivision, Block 4, Lot 1, generally located east of Muldoon and south of East 6th Avenue. I want to make sure you also are looking at the supplemental comments laid on the table. It includes one public comment and a revised staff recommendation. Do you have it?
I do not. For the record, could you?
There may be some on the other commissioners' chairs.
Yep.
Okay.
What is different than what was in our packet?
The changes are made in track changes, and you can see the changes on the third page. On February 13th, 2012, 83 public notices were mailed to property owners within 600 feet of the subject parcel. The first finding that the Commission must make is that this rezone is in conformity with the comprehensive plan. Staff finds that this standard is met with the proposed special limitations. Anchorage 2020 land use policy map designates Muldoon Road from DeBar Road to Glen Highway as a transit-supportive development corridor. Accordingly, a transit-supportive corridor is characterized by new development oriented toward the street with parking on the side or rear of the building and a pedestrian-orientated environment. Therefore, the Department recommends special limitations that require the commercial development to be orientated toward the street and also requires a minimum area of the street facade facing Muldoon to have transparent windows. The change in the proposed staff recommendations amended the requirement. We took out the requirement for having a minimum area of wall area on the north facade along 6th Street, and instead proposed language to resolve this to have architectural treatments that provide pedestrian interest in human scale. So when the application comes in for building permit, we'll review to find some other solution to provide that human scale along that facade. The Commission must also find that this rezone is in the best interest of the public, considering the effect on the environment, transportation, public services, and land use pattern. The department finds that the standard is met also with proposed special limitations. The site is surrounded by residential uses to the east and west, and in order to be compatible with the abutting residential uses, special limitations are proposed that limit the height and lot coverage, restrict the permitted and conditional uses to those more similarly allowed in B1A, limit the sign height and type, mitigate the impact that light, trespass, and glare will have on abutting residential property, and provide a site obscuring fence to screen headlights. With all those special limitations, the department supports the rezone of this parcel to B3SL, provided that the rezone includes special limitations to impact the development, limit the impact of development on the residential uses, and ensure a pedestrian-oriented site plan and design. So the department recommends approval with the conditions of approval 1, or with the special limitations described in the supplemental comments laid on the table packet.
Are there any questions from the commissioners for staff? Well, I have a question, Ms. Iverson. On item number C, all development or redevelopment on this site shall comply with the following design standards. Could you go through this list and tell me what of these design standards are currently in code?
All of these design standards amend what is now in the B3 zoning district. So none of these are repetitive of what would already be required in the B3 zoning district. They further restrict the development standards to be more in line with what would be characteristic of a B1A. So there's actually a comparison in the staff report on page 3, and this shows you what the B1A development standards are and what the proposed zoning B3SL would have.
Well, I did see that, but I'm interested in the one that has transparent windows into the building, and the windows shall allow views into active interior space from street level. The bottom of qualifying windows shall be no more than 4 feet above finished grade. And wall areas, well, the rest of that paragraph. So I'm wondering, is that in code now?
Madam Chair, that is not currently required in code. These special limitations reflect the intent in the comprehensive plan for this to be a transit-oriented corridor. That language was taken out of the proposed Title 21, not in a section specifically about B3, but in relation to creating mixed-use districts. That was where I found language that described how we might administer ensuring that we have windows that are viewable from the pedestrian.
And you consider this rezone, you mentioned mixed use. This is not really a mixed-use rezone.
You're correct. This is not a mixed-use rezone. I also found this language was similar to what was in the Huffman-Walgreens rezone. So these were the places that I looked to draw how we, in looking at wanting to ensure that this rezone would be pedestrian-orientated, I looked to sections in the proposed Title 21 rewrite and in that Walgreens rezone for language that we could use to implement how we would want the design, how we would want the windows to be orientated. I was also very specific in wanting to be very clear in what the development regulations were in order to not require site plan review. So that's why I have a very clear standard of what the dimensions would be.
So, help me out for a minute. The sidewalk on the east side of Muldoon Road is how wide?
I don't have that information.
Because we're trying to make this pedestrian-friendly and be able pedestrians to view interior spaces, you know, I'm up and down Muldoon Road quite frequently. I really don't see a lot of pedestrian traffic on Muldoon Road.
Madam Chair, this was the Planning's Department suggestion on how to make this rezone in conformity with the vision described in Anchorage 2020, which describes this as a transit-oriented corridor. It was with that assumption that these proposed special limitations were brought forward.
Thank you. Any other questions? May we hear from the petitioner's representative? I need to say everything that I've been saying. Persons who wish to testify will follow the time limits established in the Commission Rules of Procedures. Petitioners, including his or her representatives, have 10 minutes. Representatives groups have 5 minutes. Individuals have 3 minutes. We are opening the public hearing. I also need a motion to extend the public hearing because we are reaching our deadline. Ms. Dean. Motion to extend.
I motion to extend.
Seconded by Terry Parks. Any objection? Is this extension until midnight?
I object.
You object.
As a matter of principle, yes. I always object.
Well, are there any other objections? Seeing and hearing none, we're continuing. All right, individual may have appeal rights relating to any action. The Planning and Zoning Commission takes appeals, must be filed with the clerk's office within 20 days after the Planning and Zoning Commission's final decision. Any individual may request written findings from any commission decision within 7 days. Please proceed.
Evening, my name is Tanya Hickok. I'm a civil engineer and planner at LHKM, and tonight we're representing the petitioner. It's good to point out that the petitioner is a landowner, and we do have his permission to file this rezone application on behalf of the developer who is developing this property, hopefully for AutoZone. They are looking at this property coming in as a new retailer in the area. We agree with everything that Ms. Iverson has stated in her case packet. I just wanted to make some clarifications for you. We did go before the Northeast Community Council several times. We actually got an 88-0 unanimous approval of a positive resolution for this rezone. We worked together with them on crafting, making sure that the uses that we were proposing as conditional and prohibited were uses that they were agreeance with, as well as taking their concerns of the Muldoon beautification project. Currently, DOT has a proposed project to beautify this area of Muldoon. I believe it's out to bid and slated to be constructed this next summer. So their biggest concern was how our project was going to tie in with that beautification project. And so you'll see in this top concept landscape plan how we were going to combine their palette of landscape materials into our palette into our landscape plan, and using their landscape materials as well as like the columns and the types of materials. You'll also wanted to point out we are in agreement with the change as proposed by Ms. Iverson on the conditions or the special limitations, and I just wanted to clarify that language, not specifically the 50 and the 25% along Muldoon, but I believe it was 35% and 15% is what's proposed and provisionally adopted Title 21 under Section Chapter 7 under the commercial standards. That's one of the design options, one of the two that you're required if you're under 12,000 square feet. The building orientation options, that's one of the options, is to be 35 and 15, as well as being on a corner, being closer pedestrian-wise. We did have an issue when it first came out about the condition also requiring that same language on 6th Avenue, and the reason being is the building, when you look at the footprint of this national retailer, they have racking along that north for storage along that north building line, and you can't have a window looking at racking, 12 feet of racking, so it wasn't practical. And so we came back and asked them if we could come back to the planning department and offer up different types of design improvements along to give it more pedestrian scale. And so that's why we asked for a little bit of alleviation on that special limitation. We are exceeding what provisionally adopted would require for this project, so we believe that we'd be in line with this rezone. So with that being said, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you had.
Ms. Dean?
Through the chair, you mentioned the 50% length and the 25% length. Going back to the new recommendations, number 1, capital C, lowercase c, D, and E, those all three are the new Title 21 provisionally adopted. Would you prefer to keep those in, or would you like those omitted from the requirements?
We're fine the way it's written as corrected.
Okay, so
because we think that we can meet that, exceed that on Muldoon. The only question we had was on 6th Avenue because of the racking, the storage along 6th, that wasn't going to work for us to have visual views into a racking system.
Okay, so you're okay with not having any parking on Muldoon? Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Mulcahy?
I just had a question on the pole-mounted sign.
Yes. The question? Well, pole-mounted signs, are just poles with a sign on top, and it doesn't take into consideration the width of the sign versus there's a ratio there in sign code. So what we were proposing was to have a lower monument-style sign, so you have a wider base with the sign on top of it, and it would be lower. And if you drive down that specific section of Muldoon, you'll see that they're all pole-mounted signs. And so we proposed that we lower it down. They're going to be more visible. And then if you also look at the 12-foot height, that's what's in B1A. And so we wanted could be more in conformance with B1A anyway. So we brought that down and then limited it to only monument style instead of having poles even an option.
Just a concern because I am a frequent pedestrian and bicyclist. These monument signs are often posted where you can't, as pulling out of a parking space, out of a driveway, the monuments block your view of the sidewalk, and so cars don't see you. And you get hit.
We would definitely be outside of the sight distance for the sign. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Parks?
I just got one quick question. That is where the old Shell station was, is that correct?
Yes.
That's the location?
Mm-hmm. And currently
and
it's
that building is going to be completely demolished and rebuilt.
Yes.
Okay, so you're not going to try to mod the
No.
building is there. Does that have a DEC problem at all, or
I think they're going to have to work that out with the owner as far as the
It's my understanding that tanks have been eliminated. There has been some remediation on the site.
Okay.
And that it will have to be cleaned up by the current owner of the property prior to construction beginning for the project.
But do they have a letter of no more further action on it, or is it?
I don't believe that they do.
They're still pumping, I think, on that
right.
particular site. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
I don't think they're pumping. I believe it's just vehicle service right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think
all the
they're
tanks have
pumping
been-
air through it. I think they've got
Yeah.
an aerator, whatever they call those things, in the back end of the.
Right. Yeah, all the tanks are gone. There has been some cleanup done, and they're just using the building now for servicing vehicles. One last thing. I'm not sure that look at this. She's really humble, and she's not going to brag about the fact that she got an 88-0 affirmative vote at the Northeast Community Council, which may actually be a world record for the Northeast
Mr. Potter,
Community
you
Council.
should work to emulate that. Yeah.
You are building our expectations.
Yeah. Yes. Mr., could you speak?
Tim Potter.
Tim Potter.
And I was going to make a motion to adjourn before you came up.
Yeah. All right. Are there any other comments? Seeing and hearing none. Do you have any time for rebuttal? Do you have anything else that you would like to state? All right. The public hearing is now closed. There is no one here to testify. The matter now rests with the commission. I would ask for a motion to approve. Thank you, Commissioner Parks and Peter Mulcahy. Would you like to speak to the motion and provide some findings of fact?
I guess I need to make the motion first, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Case number 2012-022, a request to rezone approximately 0.6 acres from B1A to B3. I make a motion to approve with the special limitations on the item that was laid upon the table tonight.
Okay. Commissioner Mulcahy, do you have anything else you'd like to add? No? All right. Is there any objection to the motion? We had some findings. You already did those findings. Oh, all right. Peter, are you going to do the findings?
Wait. Okay, findings. Conforms to the comprehensive plan as outlined on page 5. Let's see. Environmental, transportation, and public service facilities, and land use patterns. What was that?
Okay. Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, that motion's passed. Thank you very much. May I have a motion for adjournment?
Make a motion to adjourn?
What?
I'm ready to go, man.
It's moved and seconded by Parks and Dean. Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, this meeting is closed.
We got done, finally.